The Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase has become a mighty force on the greyhound racing calendar, a series that once again has weaved its way through regional New South Wales in 2025, making 16 stops around the state and captivating greyhound fans across the country. For the last 2 weeks, Wentworth Park has hosted some of the best and brightest canine talent in the business, and after 2 months of racing, we have narrowed the field to just 8. In just a few hours' time, one champion will emerge and a new name will be etched into greyhound immortality. It's my pleasure to bring you to Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase final night right here at Wentworth Park. It's a pleasure to have your company on the dogs.com or across the Ladbrokes app, wherever you're watching today. My name is Simon Orchard, and have a go at this stellar cast. Timmy the Battler Newbold is back, Liz Whelan, Jared Timms from Ladbrokes, of course. Battler, I'll start with you. These are the sort of nights that get you fizzed up, aren't they?
Yeah, if you aren't pumping tonight, Simon, geez, you're hard to please. Like you need to find a new hobby. It's a great night. It's been 9 weeks in the making, from Broken Hill in the far west to the northern rivers of Casino and Grafton, and we're here at headquarters tonight. A great final, a great card all the way through, but in particular the final. And in just over 29 seconds, some person's life is going to change with $1 million going to the connections of the big one.
Yeah, you're spot on. 29.2 seconds or thereabouts to win the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase. But we know so much more hard work goes into getting these chases prepared. Liz, you did a stellar job last week in our semi-final coverage. You tipped the 7.15 winner earlier in the year, so you're in form. Tell us, what are you most excited about tonight?
Oh, obviously the big race, Simon. I can't wait. I thought Ariza Sparkles was absolutely spectacular last week, and she's going to be hard to beat tonight, particularly off box too. She looks boxed to lead, but also without a trace in the undercard. I'm saying undercard, it's a Group 2, the Sydney Cup, but I spoke to Peter Prosciutto on the phone a couple of hours ago. They'd just arrived here in Sydney. They'd driven back from Melbourne. He said that she's been brilliant all week, and he said, you know, all things being equal, she should be winning, but it is racing after all.
Yeah, it sure is. She was an absolute star in the making last week. Jared Timms, we're getting some live shots of Wentworth Park. It is wild and woolly down here, but we are loving it, mate. There's so much to see and do. If people are in the area thinking, should I get on down, tell them, what can they expect apart from Big John?
Yeah, well, you don't come down here if you're hoping to see Big John. Unfortunately, the great man sent back to the UK. The ball, as far as I'm aware, though, is still going on, though, isn't it? And I've got it on pretty good authority, actually, that Tim Newbold is going to go down there, ride the ball later, and pose with any punter that wants to see someone go bash all night.
There it is, $1,000 for whoever can stay on that thing the longest. If that doesn't draw the crowds in, I'll tell you what will. The $1 Million Challenge, I think entries are closed, but if you've got a GA ticket for the race night here tonight, 20 metres down the Wentworth Park straight that I would have said was easy about an hour ago until I got here and saw the weather, Battler.
Oh, good luck getting it tonight. We thought last year was tough.
Yeah, it was.
Tougher tonight. Geez, you'll be looking to swing it out wide and bring it in. Good luck to anyone who goes into that competition, because if you do land it, you're a deserving winner.
That's what you're going to try and win. It's the Sydney City Kia Tasman. Of course, 10 lucky punters will kick it 20 metres down the straight. This is a Steeden footy. All they've got to do is land it in the back of that ute. If they can do it, they might drive that thing away tonight. Only one car's going to go. We don't have 10 of them. So get here, make sure you're around that. It's going to be a lot of fun. James Tedesco, Nathan Hindmarsh overseeing that fun on track as well. It's not just us here tonight. There's plenty of other good helpers around. Mick Cowley is trackside. Let's get down to Mick to hear what it's like here at Wentworth Park.
Thank you, Simon. It's a fantastic night already. We had a bit of rain earlier, but that's disappeared. Everything's in place here for a fantastic night. I'll be down here in the kennels throughout the night, getting all the info on the dogs who might be winning the upcoming race. We've also had a chat with all the runners in the $1 Million Chase final. Some interesting thoughts from some of them. They're all keen, they're all eager, they're all a bit anxious and a bit nervous as well, but that's what this race is about. A lot of atmosphere down here, a lot of people, which is fantastic. Should be a really good night, and as I said, always say, I get the good job of talking to the winners after the race when they're all excited and happy. I'm tipping there could be a few tears tonight. Back to you guys.
Mick Cowley there trackside tonight. He does have a great job getting all the reaction and action from Wentworth Park. Let's have a look at what's on the card tonight. Liz gave us a little teaser before with the Group 2 Sydney Cup, but have a go at this. As Battler said, this is a wonderful night of chasing, all heading towards race 8, 9:22 p.m. The big one, the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase. But Have a go at this, Battler. This is a night, if you go back through the history books, you start to see dogs emerge through races like the Maiden and the Youngstar. We know the Masters has been a wonderful initiative as well, hasn't it?
Sure has. It's a crackerjack card. The racing team at Greyhound Racing New South Wales have tinkered with this card over the years, and they've settled on a fantastic overall race card where there's races for the young maiden greyhounds, and then the young stars, as well as the older greyhounds, and of course the stayers in the Sydney Cup, Liz, and then we've got the big one as well.
Oh, look, it's super exciting, isn't it? We get to see the young and the old greyhounds here tonight, the emerging stars. Some of the old timers will be running for a really good prize money tonight as well. It's got everything.
There really is something for everything, except sunshine at the moment. That's what we're hoping for. Let's hope this storm clears out. We can have some great racing here tonight. Let's talk about the big dance, the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase. Race 8, 9:22 p.m. Jared Timms, you're here from Ladbrokes. They've come for one dog in particular this week. Tell us a bit about her.
They certainly have, Simon. Yeah, well, after the box draw on Sunday last week, of course, we're up with $2 Ariza Sparkles. That firmed into $2.70. Liz touched on it at the start of the broadcast. Drawn an absolute peach there in box number 2. Now into $2.35. Clear favourite, clear market mover, and clearly the worst result for the Ladbrokes book as well. Power and Glory still sitting there on the second line of betting, despite a bit of a drift here, $2.40 out to $2.90. We're up with $9 My Boy Bingo, and double figures about the rest of them so far here in the Ladbrokes market, Simon. But it is all about Ariza Sparkles just a few hours out from jump. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the website.
I'm going to go straight to you, Liz. You saw them all up close and personal last week. Who stood out for you? Who were you most impressed by?
I was definitely most impressed by Ariza Sparkles. I thought she was phenomenal. She's probably going to be the one who's leading here as well. She's certainly drawn to lead off box 2. I did catch up with Stephen Fitch last night. He said, she's been great throughout the week. He was obviously a little bit gutted that Cumbria Jack hasn't got through to the race, but he just said, win, lose or draw, he's absolutely thrilled to be in a final like this.
Yeah, so he should be. He's been one of the form trainers of the last couple of months. Battler, I know you love a bit of meat on the bone. You're looking through this list. Some value for the punters. Can you see any?
Oh, I think Dacey's Rory's probably the best value runner in the race. Really gritty, tough win last week. When I went back and did all the replays, Liz, normally you think that greyhound's going to be up, punching for the lead or rolling along in front, but really had to work and knuckle down in the last stride to get there. Probably the value runner in the race. I'm with Power and Glory at the moment. I can see why everyone is gravitating to Ariza Sparkles, because she was just unbelievable in the early part and midsection last week. I've just got a niggling little concern with box 2 with 3 and 4 on her outside. They're genuine high-speed greyhounds. They're big dogs. They'll be putting the pressure on her early. So she hasn't really had that much pressure in all of her races, and she hasn't drawn nearer the inside all that many times. And when she has, she's always had a little bit of room to move and get rolling and get that big motor going. So I think she is getting into a price where she's unders. And I think Power and Glory is getting out to a fantastic price, and he might even drift as we get later through the night.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You talk about Ariza Sparkles. Her Dapto Megastar win, she got a great card into the race, didn't she? From 6, I think it was Coast Rig, maybe in the 5, that really carded her into that first bend. She's going to be copping it from the right tonight. And Kenny Burnett, I reckon he's quietly confident in liking where he sits. Let's talk a bit about Power and Glory. If he wins tonight, Liz, does he become the best dog in the country after the Easter egg triumph earlier this year?
Oh, look, it's a little bit hard to say that. I'll be interested to see how Cumbria Jack goes in the Consolation tonight as well, but he was spectacular last week. He's coming back from injury, so you'd think that there's still probably a little bit of improvement as well, potentially coming into tonight. And I agree with what you're saying, Tim. I think in terms of where the prices are now, he's certainly getting out to a backable price.
I'd love to see a match race between Cumbria Jack and Power and Glory, maybe that later on in the year. But look, Power and Glory, I really like where he's drawn, what Kenny's saying, because he has got that genuine pace in 2, 3, 4. Dacey's Rory won't crash, will run a straight line. So if he can begin clean, which he needs to begin clean and can't miss it, but if he gets away clean, I think he'll get that fresh air. And we all know he needs 40 or 50 metres to get rolling and get that big engine into gear. And if he does around that first turn, he can be settling 3rd or 4th out wide, providing Ariza Sparkles isn't in front, because if she's in front and she's running 29.2, they mathematically can't run her down unless he is parked right on her hammer into the back straight, and then it's race on. But it's an intriguing race, but I'm in his corner.
I'm going to throw another wrinkle into the fire here. The wind, the weather here. How is that going to affect our greyhounds? Because let's be honest, when we arrived, the wind was going straight down the head straight. Now it's starting to swirl a bit, but what sort of impact do you think that might have?
I think it'll have more of an impact on us, to be blunt.
Already happening.
Yeah, it is already happening. We're struggling here. Look, I don't subscribe to the wind playing any part, to be quite frank. Look, it might help the leaders down the back straight, but look, they're all quick greyhounds. I don't think it'll make any difference. Liz, what about you?
No, look, I'm inclined to agree as well. Maybe sometimes, some of the stronger dogs, your 35 kg dogs versus maybe some of your 24 kg bitches might handle a little bit better. But I agree with Tim, best dogs is usually not going to affect them.
All right, they've just knocked that straight back past the bowler there. Thank you very much for that. Jared, just want to ask you quickly about one more dog, My Boy Bingo. Over the last couple of years in particular, the formula has been city qualifiers, into semi, into $1 Million Chase triumph. 3 wins on the bounce here at Wentworth Park. Blue Camaro did it, J is J did it, Mystic Riot did it. My Boy Bingo hasn't been talked about a lot. Have you had any support for him?
Yeah, we spoke about that quite a bit on the broadcast last week, didn't we, Simon? And yes, absolutely. Has just been rock solid in the Ladbrokes market pretty much all week. Currently sitting at that $10 mark, which has him on the third line of betting. Has been as short as $8.50 and out to 11s as well. So just hovering around that $10 quote. I dare say we might start a little bit shorter.
All right, looking forward to that. 9:22 on the program. Race 8, the 8th ever edition of the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase. And just a quick stat for you. No dog has ever won the MDC from boxes 3, 5, 6 or 8. So if you're an Omen punter at home, there you go, a bit of history for you. Let's dive into the program because we're 8 minutes away from the opener here on MDC night. This is going to be a good one. The Maiden Consolation for Ladbrokes, $10,000 to the winner. I had a look at last year's race, guys, and Alan Keeping came through it. He ran second. We saw him dazzle last week with a 29.26 run. This is where you can start to find out a lot about the future stars of our sport. Just quickly, the 7, Windra Allheart, was the favourite when markets went up. It's been scratched because it gets a run in the MDC final. So we look forward to seeing Mark Gatt and Brian Barton's dog go around there. Let's get a market update for race number 1, Jared.
Absolutely. Well, Windra All Smoke now maintaining his position on the top line of betting, despite a little bit of a drift today, actually, Simon. $2.50 out to $3.20 now. That has Warren's Leisure sitting on the second line of betting, $5.50 into $4.60. So a good push there for the number 6. The one that they've been coming for in the last few minutes, though, Single Bluff coming out of box number 1 has gone $10 into 7s. Is the market mover as the set starts falling down around us here. But Windra All Smoke on track to start a warm favourite, something that we're not in race number 1.
Let's get a speed map courtesy of Liz Whelan. She's going to tell you who will be pushing forward and prominent as we try and get ourselves back together here. Liz, as I just mentioned, the 7, Windra Allheart, not the 2, Windra All Smoke, gets scratched and goes into the final later on, as we're seeing Barry Gibbons there, or Michael Maguire's twin, as we worked out during the week with a bit of content. We'll skip the speed map and we'll go straight into the 1. We'll start with Single Bluff for Mick Hardman. Decent first section on debut, but ran out of puff late.
Yeah, looks struggling to run a strong 500 metres at the moment. Has got a good turn of speed and does want to shift up a little from box number 1. So I don't think he's ideally drawn there. I could only throw him into the wider multiples.
The 2, Windra All Smoke for Mark Gadd. I mentioned beautifully bred pup for Mark, and Brian Barton, a Fernando Balyuko girl, Liz.
Yeah, absolutely. Bred to be good. Mum won 21 races and 186,000. It's her first litter to race. Windra All Smoke finished third in her head and behind Trillero. She got away okay. She got touched early in her last couple, which hasn't really helped. She did show some good early pace on debut, and I'd like to see her jumping well tonight to be any sort of a chance.
The 3, Hooked on Honey for Kane Jones. Beautiful red fawn bitch having her 8th start, Battler.
Yeah, reliable beginner with a good turn of speed. Not too bad here when finishing 4th at its latest run. She'll strip fitter for 2 recent runs over the 500 metres. She'll roll forward. I think she's got a chance.
The 4, Raymar Shane for Dylan Goodjar. I reckon she can improve a bit, Liz, but what say you?
Yeah, look, I think so as well. Was completely taken it out of the start last time in the heat, so it's a little bit hard to know what she can do in that performance, but I've been told that she trialled 30.42 prior to the heats. Draw probably unlikely to help again tonight.
The 5, Tough But Fair for Kayla Jane Coleman. Pretty good run considering she was 100 to 1 last week.
Yeah, not a bad effort actually, Simon. Through the catching pen, copped a little bit of a check when the leader come back down on the greyhound and did plug on well after that point. Pryor did did trial around the 30 and 8 mark, I am told by the trial watchers here. So did improve from that trial to its first run. Can improve again, rough chance.
The 6 is Warren's Ledger for Barry Gibbons, another dog from Barry's line that can fly early, Liz.
Yeah, absolutely. Went 5:41 first section in the heat. Did lead initially. Just started to paddle late. Look, I'd be expecting him to show up and begin well again tonight. I'm just not convinced over the 520 metres. As an aside, if anyone is coming to Wednesday night and would like to bring a blanket, I would be super grateful right now.
Has been the subject of market support. 550 into 460 for Warren's Ledger. Soiree comes into box 7. Will wear the 9 rug and will start alongside her sister.
Well-bred young greyhound began poorly on debut here last time out. Never ever into the hunt from that point on. Is really strong, found the line powerfully. Is poorly drawn wide out, but I think she's got those traits where she'll miss it, dive over toward the inside. If she can find the inside here, she is the one to beat. I am told, and Liz has backed me up here because she has spoken to the owner, it did trial 29.79 here prior to this series. So there's no doubt in the world she's the quickest greyhound in this race. She just needs a little bit of luck through that first turn.
Oh, we like that. $5 as well. And the 8, she's peaking for Tommy Savellis as well.
Yeah, the litter mate too, Soiree, who Tim has just discussed. She's peaking. Tom Zavellis did say to me he thought that Soiree was the quicker of the 2 dogs, and the big concern obviously with her is she cut hard left last week out of the boxes. So, you know, for Soiree's chances, you're going to be hoping that, as Tim just mentioned, you know, you're going to want She's Peaking potentially to be jumping, Soiree maybe even to be missing away a little bit. Tom Zavellis did say to me during the week he thinks that his pair can finale the race. That was if Soiree made the field.
They continue to come for Warren's Ledger. Mick Cowley caught up with Barry Gibbons just a moment ago.
Barry Gibbons, Maiden Consolation tonight. Pretty impressive performance last week, just got a bit tired.
Yeah, he's only been in training probably about 5 or 6 weeks, so he's a bit underdone. But yeah, his splits were really good. Handled the track very well. He's only had a couple of looks, so should improve tonight. But just all about getting a bit of experience here and handling these conditions. And big crowd, the bright lights. They got to get used to it.
Mate, was it a case of trying to get him ready in time for this race at 5 or 6 weeks?
I've done it in the past with other dogs. Give them a look here. It's a handy little series, this one. It's a good way to get some experience. A lot of times, if you go through your grades and you come here, when you're just going through your normal 5th grades, you can come up against some hard heads and you get beat up here. So it's probably a good way to get some experience here, handle the conditions, and they benefit from it later down the track.
Mate, you'd obviously be hoping you can lead again. Got the speed too, you think?
Yeah, he's a good beginner. Got a lot of pace, but it's the last 50 that'll test him. So, not too concerned. We're probably looking towards the Maitland series in December. So, see how we go.
Mate, good luck tonight, mate.
Good on you, mate.
Barry Gibbons there with Mick Cowley as they make their walk to the boxes on this wonderful night right here at Wentworth Park, the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase final. This is the Maiden Consolation, $10,000 to the winner. We'll get our tips for race number 1 in just a moment. But before we do, all the eagle-eyed punters out there want to know best bets for the night. Liz and Battler, can you please give us your best bets across the card?
Look, for me, it's definitely Without a Trace in the Sydney Cup. Last time I looked, she was paying about $1.80, which I thought was pretty good money considering she was only about 2 lengths off the track record here last week with her first look at the track here at Wenty.
Yeah, you're spot on. Super Australia's track record. Could it go down? We'll wait and see. Battler, best for you?
I haven't got a best bet on the program as far as a winner is concerned. The best play all night for mine, and you can get $1.90 about this greyhound running a place. Race 4, greyhound number 3, Shack Keeping. I think he's beautifully drawn in box number 3 to follow the speed in 1 and 2. He'll sit right behind them through the first turn. He's really, really strong. I think from that alley, he is a moral to run a place. Currently $1.90. He is my best play of the evening.
We like that. Race 4, number 3, Shack Keeping for Battler to place. And race 7, number 3, Without a Trace for Liz. The best bets on the card tonight. How about race 1? Which way are we going?
I'm with number 9, Soiree. As I said earlier, poorly drawn wider out, but if she does miss it from wide out, I think she can dive over to the inside. She's the quickest greyhound in the race. Just needs a little bit of a fan at the first turn to get the run through. If it does, the leaders better look out. Very, very strong, I think, can run right over the top.
I agree with Tim. I've gone with the 9 Soiree on top here as well. As Tim mentioned before, this greyhound's trialled her in 29.79 previously with a run home of 11.57. Breeder known by Peter and Sonia Davis. I know they've got a big opinion of her, and good luck to them tonight.
There you go, Soiree in the first, the reserve that gets a run out of box 7. Great minds think alike. Battler and Liz aligned with Soiree in the first. Jared Timms, you're here for Ladbrokes. Can you give us a market mover?
Well, $6.50 about Soiree, so that's going to be a very, very handy night, start to the night for the punters if that gets up for you guys there. It's all about single bluff, though, in the Ladbrokes market. $10 into 5s now is your market mover. A very, very good go with us.
There's no bigger night for a race caller than the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Grand Final. Russell Veach will have the honour of calling his very first later on tonight. He's got a big 12-race card ahead. Let's throw up to him for race number 1 here on Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Grand Final night.
Moving over here. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Dave. Good evening to you all. Nice to have your company for grand final night of the $1 Million Chase. This is the Consolation of the Maiden. Good backing for the one single bluff late in the proceedings. Green light is on. Let's launch in the grand final night of the $1 Million Chase. They're set. Ready and racing, and out far, single bluff on the inside. Warren's Ledger again quicker though. You lead to the first, call out by 2. Single bluff gets to the outside, and third rounding up. Then came Winter All Smokers running on. A breakaway to Hooked on Honey, followed by Waymar Shame. Getting out of its ground, She's Peaking, Soiree and Tough But Fair. Off the back of Warren's Ledger, exploded away. 6 in front of Winter All Smoke, Hooked on Honey battling away. But around the home corner, it's all Warren's Ledger. 5 clear, Winter All Smoke counting it down. Oh, it's very tight. Perhaps it got home. Winder All Smoke, but it's a photo for Warren's Ledger. Third in the race, Soiree's come home hard. And then came She's Peaking, followed by Single Bluff. Back in the race, Tough But Fair. And Waymar Shame. And Winder All Smoke's got there with a powerful run.
Yeah, she got there indeed. Windra All Smoke for Mark Gatt, Brian Barton, 30 and 23. Forget about the time tonight because they've got an MDC Maiden Consolation win. Gee whiz, guys. Warren's Ledger, I think Barry said pre-race, the last 50 metres is going to test it. He was right.
Geez, it was in reverse in the final 50 metres, and Windra All Smoke in the last stride getting there. And Soiree, what a run. It was a certainty beaten. Liz, Soiree began too well tonight, then just got caught up through that first turn, finally found the rails, and what has it been beaten? A couple of lengths at the end, 1.5 lengths at the end in 30 and 23. Should have won, but all honours to the winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, that hurts from a personal punting perspective there on Soiree, big run. But like all honours with Winter All Smoke, that's been a terrific performance there by Fernando Bale out of Yuko Girl. Huge congratulations to Brian Barton and Mark Gatt. Brian puts so much into greyhound racing. I love seeing him taking out the first here.
Yeah, he sure does, and he spoke a lot about these pups coming through. You can see Warren's Ledger just highballing out in front. I've got to tell you, I think Russ was the same as us. Thought this dog might have been home. Big lump of a thing, but still a promising run moving forward. He's been really proud, Brian, to tell as many people as he can that he's got some great pups coming through. Some Yuko Girls, some French Martinis. Of course, Windra All Class was his baby, and she's going to have pups as well. So plenty of good greyhounds in his kennels. Mick Cowley is trackside with Daniel Gatt.
Excited with Daniel Gatt? Mate, when did you think you were a hope of winning that?
No, not even after the post. I had to look at the photo. But yeah, no, very excited actually over that. Yeah, it was great.
You've got a couple of these Windra dogs. They've got plenty of ability. Couldn't get through, unfortunately, in the heats last week, but plenty of future for them.
Yeah, that's still, especially her. She's still learning. I think she ran out at the start, and yeah, no, it's just got a lot to learn, but she's on her way. Yeah.
And I guess that's what these series are all about, is about giving them experience, particularly on a big night in front of a big crowd as well.
100%, and you know, a lot of dogs, their first night out, it's all an experience for them. I know she's had 3 or 4 starts now, which probably helped her, but even the dog in race 3, you know, he was just so new to it last week, it wasn't funny, and hopefully he can replicate what she just done.
Good for someone like Brian Barton too, a real supporter of the industry.
real supporter. Puts his money where his mouth is, and we had a bit of luck a few years back with win draw class, which was exciting, and be nice to have a little bit of luck with one of these ones too.
You've started off okay. Good luck, and mate, good luck for the rest of the night as well, buddy.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Mick Cowley there with Daniel Gatt, the winner of the first on the program, Windra All Smoke. We mentioned it a couple of times. Fernando Bale by Yuko Girl. She was a really, really good race bitch, wasn't she, Battler? I reckon she had 12 feature finals under her belt. She ran the Richmond Oaks as well, and now she's producing some maybe future stars.
Yeah, absolutely. She was an absolute ripper, as you mentioned. I didn't know how many, but she was a prolific big race finalist, and she took out the Richmond Oaks on a home track for Sam Sultana. Here we are looking at the replay, and Warren's Ledger showing that great turn of speed. He's only had the 2 runs now, Warren's Ledger, and he'll get stronger as he goes through his grades, but I wouldn't be surprised now if Barry doesn't drop him back to the 400, 450 to try and knock off a maiden before coming back to Wentworth Park. But as these greyhounds mature, they'll get stronger. But on the turn, he had a long, long lead, and he just paddled that final 30 or 40 metres.
Check out that size discrepancy as well. He's about 8 kgs heavier than Windra All Smoke there, and you can just see her just quite little coming up the straight, and the wind not bothering her. She was smaller, so I've got that wrong already early, but yeah, great performance by Windra All Smoke.
Yeah, like she was going up the chute. How good are these cameras? It's like us at the desk here, just all squeezed together. And where's Soiree? Can you even see it in there?
9, the green and white, looking getting cut out there and trying to get over to the rails. Moving forward, putters, I think there's one greyhound we really need to follow out of this race. It's wearing the green and white stripes.
Yeah, maybe a moral beaten here tonight, but all honours to the winner, Windra All Smoke. The Banner Dogs, this is their race style, isn't it? The breed. I'm thinking Tulsi Banner, Boston Banner, Lily Banner as well, who won the Peter Mossman. They get out and go. They carve out 5:35, 5:40 first sections. It puts them in a lot of races, doesn't it, guys?
Sure does. And Chrissy Banner, the mum, she was a tremendous race bitch. I think she might have got over the 600 metres throughout her career, but her traits were being a good beginner and that high speed. And you win many more races being a front runner, Liz, rather than a back marker.
Absolutely, box speed is gold, and you'd always be happy having a dog like that.
Have a go at some of the camera shots we've got here today. That's the lids cam that we'll be getting throughout the night. We've got the head on, we've got the sniper, and hopefully some more colour from around the grounds here. The bucking bull's going off in action. If you're listening across our channels here tonight, $1,000 on offer for the longest bucking bull ride. Apparently there's line dancing going on. Have a look at this.
Right on
in
cue.
case you were wondering, it is a country theme here tonight. We haven't just had an influx of people from out in the bush. We've got a theme. And everything's looking great. The GRNSW team have done a wonderful job yet again, and so far this weather has held off, and hopefully it continues long into the night. We'll take our first break for the evening. We will recharge. That bull needs to recharge as well. We'll talk to you in just a moment. Welcome back to Wentworth Park for Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Night. Have a go at the crowds. They are flocking in to see some of the best greyhound talent in the country go around later on tonight. Not only the $1 Million race, got a ripping 12-race card, one of which has already been run and won. Windra Allsmoke, Mark and Daniel Gatt and Brian Button. Congratulations to you. There's plenty to do inside as well. Have a go at this. Oh, no expense spared on the bucking bull. We're giving away cash prizes tonight, $1,000 if you can stay up there the longest. I think that guy's been there for 10 minutes at the moment, the way the clubhouse leader. Clubhouse leader indeed. Hey, race number 2, it's the GRNSW Youngstar Consolation. Again, a race worth 10K. The Youngstar, for those wondering, it's an age-restricted race. Greyhounds whelped on or after April 1st, 2023, so many of them still learning their craft. Jared?
Yeah, really, really good push for the one coming out of the Cherry again here, Simon. See this? We went up with $4.40 earlier in the week, and it's actually into $2.70 now, and quite clearly leading the market. Easily the best back and easily the worst result for the Ladbrokes book. 260 out to 320 is Magic Bandit coming out of box number 4. Number 3, Secret Bandit, is into $4.20, out having drifted out to $4.40, and Cool to Sky is the other one that they've spec'd at a price 14s into 11s, but it's all about See This coming out of box number 1. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
And we'll take a look at the speed map here as we build up to race number 2, less than 10 minutes out from a start here. In terms of the runners with the early pace off the inside, See This expected to shine a bit of early time, as is the 7 before the dawn here in race number 2.
There's been a scratching as well. The 2, Fancy Bella, comes out for Mickey Lackas, so there'll be no 2 in the race, which means a 7-dog field. Let's start working our way through, shall we? We're 8 minutes away. We'll have a quick... Oh, before we do that, we'll get a quick interview from Christy Sultana, who trains See This, jumping out of the 1. Christy, of course, has had some memorable nights. Vic Sultana, that is, has Foreign Capital going around in the big one later on today. And coincidentally, guys, Battler, you would have probably been around for this. Skywave running in the first. Not sure if you called, but Skywave for Vic ran 3rd in the inaugural MDC.
I was around, Simon. I called the race, the inaugural $1 Million Chase. And yeah, Skywave, she was really hard on the market, and she was a terrific bitch for Vic. And he's a quiet man. He just goes about his business, and it's great to see Foreign Capital make the race. From box 1, look, I don't think he can win it, but geez, I think he's got a great chance to run into a minor position.
Well, we saw Stevie Fitch with one of the Cumbria dogs a few years ago from box 1 again. Similar price, underrated, not talked about, ended up almost winning the MDC behind JSJ. Let's get to that interview for Christy Sultana now. She trains See This, the favourite in race number 2.
Christy Sultana, you have See This in this race, the Consolation of the Youngstar. What do you make of the heat performance?
Yeah, look, he did okay. He sort of jumped and sort of went to the rails, so might have cost himself a little bit of room and time and that sort of thing. So, yeah, hopefully with the 1 box, he hasn't had the 1 box yet, so hopefully it might help him, and just got a lead, basically.
I guess that's the big thing. Getting the red in a race like this, it's a big advantage, really, or it should be.
Yeah, no, it is. It's, we're just happy to be in it, and whatever happens, happens, and yeah. Just hope he jumps.
Does this, obviously this night, go back a few years, it was a big night for you with Flying Ricardo. Do you think it's getting bigger and bigger? It just seems to be growing even more. Yeah,
look, I mean, I definitely don't think that there's a few good dogs in it this year, but I feel like when Ricardo was in it, it was just a field of, anyone of those dogs could have won it. They were all similar in speed and ability. But it is what it is, and I just wish everyone good luck tonight.
Good luck to you in the next as well.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Christy Sultana, they're kind enough to give Mick Cowley a couple of words, and there's See This, the current $2.70 favourite for race number 2, the GRNSW Youngstar Consolation. Let's work our way through the runners. Battler, we'll start with you. I really like this guy in the heats, and I like him again tonight.
Yeah, I thought he was a little bit of a risk from the inside, but with box 2 being scratched, a late scratching, I think he's got a much, much better chance now. He's a reliable beginner. He's got a good turn of speed. He can run 5:30 odd to that first section. If he does run that, he'll be leading the first turn. He's run 29.79. His run here last week was really, really good. He's a deserved favourite, particularly now with the late scratching of Greyhound 2.
Yeah, you're spot on. Tell us a bit more about the 3, Secret Bandit for Jody and Andy Lord. By the way, congratulations to them. I don't know if you saw the news at Goulburn. 7 winners for the Lord Kennel today. Absolutely airborne, and they've got a host of good chances here tonight.
And this guy, or this girl I should say, she's airborne as well. She's been in the money of all of her 6 runs. She's another one with a good turn of speed. She'll be pushing for the lead and trying to cross-see this at that first turn. If she does, she's got a great chance. She has run 29.79. That was here 3 runs ago. If she can repeat that, she's got a great chance.
Liz, the 4 is Magic Bandit, another Lord runner, a daughter of Bernardo and Bandit Jane. Bandit Jane, I think at one stage was the 600-metre track record holder at Dapto, so she's getting her first pups on the ground.
Yeah, and look, this is another one who can come out running. Has gone a 5:39 first section previously. Her last 6 races have been here at Wentworth Park, and she's been going some quick times. I did really like her run for third in her heat last Saturday night. She was beaten around 3 lengths and behind Zipper on time, but that winner went 29.45. She's gone a great race there, clocking 29.68 in third, and I think she's a big hope of winning this.
In the yellow, Zipping Arkle for Courtney Barnes. We heard from her. We will hear from her later on tonight. She's got a runner in the big one. She's got a smile from ear to ear, and so she should. Can Zipping Arkle get up?
Oh, I think in this race might struggle a little, Simon. Look, has only won the 2 from 19, but has been in the money 11 other times for the wider multiples for mine, number 5.
Tell you what, 5.50 the place at the moment. Just a reminder, only top 2 place divvies will be paid in a 7-dog field if you're having a punt. The 6 is Nangar Polly, the 3rd of the Lord runners, owned by our old great mate, not old, our mate is in, he used to work here, certainly not old, Mark Duclos. Has ability, but been a bit of a costly proposition.
Absolutely has. His other one racing 13 starts 8-9. She's only little, she's only about 24 kg. She came second in her heat last Saturday night. She drew box 4, was beaten a length and a half. Did go 29.86 in second. She's an interesting sort of a runner because when she first sort of jumps and comes out of the boxes, she jumps quite well, but then she sort of doesn't kind of maintain that momentum. I think there's quite a bit of pace in this race, and she's one that could potentially be finding the line well.
Yeah, I agree there, Liz. And as we speak, our team back in the van are cutting up your comments and sending it off to Duke Simon.
Okay, great. Let me reiterate, not old. Good friend of ours, Duke. Good luck to him here. Unwanted in betting, $12 out to 16. Before the dawn for Mini Finn, 5.45 first section in the heats. That's going to put you in most races.
Yeah, beautifully bred greyhound by Shimmer Shine out of Poco Dorado. Look, a reliable beginner, but does then hit a flat spot after 30 or 40 metres, but will be strong through the line. Another one I'd be looking to throw into the multiples.
And the 8, Cool Disguise, opened at $9, out to 13, unwanted in betting as well for Mick Hardman. Doesn't have a great record at Wenty, and box 8 makes it hard.
Yeah, I think the draw really doesn't help her out tonight. I'd probably have her in my top 4 if she was drawn closer in, but box 8, she keeps drawing wide and she keeps trying to cut hard across to the rail, so problematic for her and also potentially for the ones drawn to her inside tonight.
The dogs are with See This. I asked a question of a couple of the winners of these heats last week, guys, whether the crowd will have an impact. I know these aren't our maiden dogs, but they're still greyhounds that don't have a stack of appearances under their belt. There's a lot of people here already and a lot down on the fence. Do you think that has any bearing on tonight?
Oh, it does, Simon, but at the end of the day, once they get into those boxes, they're ready to rock and roll. There's not a crowd down toward the boxes, so I don't think it really affects the start of the race, which it is, that's where the race is basically run and won. But I do agree, as they do parade down there along the track, there is a big crowd along the fence.
All right, so weather no and crowd no. Nice to have you back, Pat. Give it straight to me. 2 minutes away from race number 2 on the card. It's the Youngstar Consolation. Just a reminder, guys, we're giving away they're earning it, $1.49 million worth of prize money here tonight across this wonderful night of racing. And you'll see another host of dogs going through this Youngstar series as well, which have also qualified for the Richmond Puppy Race. Dogs that were sold at the auction last year. That race is coming up next month, Liz. Battler, you mentioned Shaq Keeping, I reckon, is one of your better players as well. A lot of dogs nominated and a really good initiative again from GRNSW, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is, Simon. I thought Liz was going to take up the ball there. that race will be on later on in the year, the 28th of November, as you mentioned. And yeah, a lot of those greyhounds who went through that auction, we're starting to see them really show what they're worth at the moment, and a number of the greyhounds here tonight. So really looking forward to that series. It's creeping up on us now, about 6 weeks away?
Yeah, it's not far at all. All right, Liz's Lock and Battler's Banker. Get us off the mark, guys.
Look, I think that Magic Bandit's going to be pretty hard to beat here in race 2. She's been clocking some really good times here at Wentworth Park. Just needs a little bit of luck. She's capable of a fast beginning, and I think she could lead throughout here.
I concur. Liz on with Magic Bandit. She has run 5:39 2 runs ago to the opening section. 5:45 here last week. Is a good beginner. Has got that early speed to get away with a tricky 4 alley. I think she can find the lead at the first turn and run them into the ground.
Market mover for Ladbrokes.
Well, the market mover is the one C this time. I mentioned $2.60, but a really good late push for Magic Bandit as well. Did get out to $3.60, now into $2.90, so a very, very good late push for Magic Bandit.
Yeah, we love that. Magic Bandit that looks to be the one on top. Russell Veach is calling all the action from Wentworth Park here tonight. We heard a massive roar as race 1 jumped out of the boxes. Let's hope we can hear that wonderful sound throughout this beautiful evening here at Wentworth Park. Over to you, Russ.
About to line up race number 2 here. Thank you, Dave. About to get set for the Consolation for Greyhound Racing New South Wales, the Youngstar. Favourite draw on the inside. See this for Christy Sultana, 260, 290, about number 4, Magic Bandit. And greyhounds are being knocked away now. See this and Secret Bandit move up as Zipping Arkle before the dawn. Second line move up now. Magic Bandit, Nangar, Polyculture Skies. Consolation of the Youngstar for GRNSW. And Dominic places the green light on. They're set. Favourite drawn 1. See this, 260. They're ready. Let fly. See this midfield away. Out fast, Culture Skies. Now see this Burrow through on the inside to second. Followed by Secret Bandit rallying up strongly. Zipping Arkle. Before the dawn went well wide. Then Magic Bandit and Nengar Polly down the back. And Culture Skies taken on by Zipping Arkle. See this trying to get up on the fence. Followed by Secret Bandit. A break to before the dawn. Magic Bandit. Nengar Polly to the home corner. Zipping Arkle skipped away up by 3 or 4. Culture Skies trying very hard. Then see this before the dawn. But it's all Zipping Arkle. Won it by 3 lengths. Second into Culture Skies, followed by Before the Dawn and See This. Then came Secret Bandit, followed by Nengar Polly and Magic Bandit at the tail.
Wow, Zipping Arkle. Punters are on the floor. Bookies rejoice. $26 on my last check. And look at that, clear margin on the line. Interesting race.
Yeah, a messy race through that first turn. Magic Bandit, Liz, began beautifully, and then she just got swallowed up when Culture Skies charged over from the outside and bumped her out of the way. But yeah, Zipping Arkle was right there, ready to pounce through that first turn in a striking position. Let go down the back straight and put it beyond doubt. A comfortable winner at the end. Look, I thought he could run into a minor position, but geez, that is a big, big surprise for mine.
I agree, and he's done it easily there in the end. And what a run Courtney Barnes is having. Congratulations to the team there. Zipping Arkle, big price again, was a big price last time out in the heat and finishing second. Interestingly, if you go back to his second race day start in July, he finished second in a big maiden final at Grafton, so showed some promise early and gets the win tonight. Let's
hear from the winning trainer, Courtney Barnes, with Mick Cowley.
Courtney Barnes, congratulations. Is that a bit of a surprise?
That was a surprise, actually. Yeah, no, he went really, really well. He was feeling good out in the pen tonight, and same thing. I had a bit of a go all right tonight, and he did.
I guess being able to posse up in a good spot early was the key.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he came out well, and obviously there was a bit of drama there, so he got on the rail and away he went. He is a strong dog. The time could have been a little bit quicker, but anyway, it is what it is.
Must be good to get that out of the way early. You're in the main race. I'll just win an early race as well.
Yeah, is that the entree before the main?
You tell us.
I hope so. Anyway, just goes to show that anything can happen. So,
which is a good omen for later, perhaps.
That's right. Yep, I'll take that.
Congratulations. Good luck later.
No worries. Thank you very much.
She's got plenty of reasons to smile. She's already off the mark tonight, and still the big race to come. Zipping Aerial from box 8 in race 8, the Ladbrokes $1 million chase later on, and a friendly wave there from Courtney, the heir apparent. Well, that's what I've been calling her anyway, but she's been doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes with Minnie Finn for some time now. She's really starting to come into her own, though, isn't she? She's got a host of dogs to herself, and let's have a look at this replay again. Zipping Arkle in the yellow bib gets a beautiful run on the rail when See This just slices this pack apart.
Yeah, second last early, as you could see on that replay, and then as you mentioned, Simon, see this, wanted to duck wide. That's why I was really concerned, Liz, with being drawn on the inside, because did want to get wide at that first turn, but with box 2 being scratched, it did help the greyhound. But yeah, made the run for Zippy Arkle, and he pounced.
Really interesting sort of a race when you're watching that. The head on will be interesting too. The 1 and the 8 have essentially swapped positions here as they come out of the boxes. It could have been interesting if they had actually drawn the other way, but as you say, Zipping Arkle's found the rail early, stayed all out of that, and has just gone through the middle of them and whipped around the outside.
You can do all the form in the world, and then a $26 chance gets up. Is that the final price, Jared, with laddies?
Yeah, and completely abandoned in the market as well, Simon. Went up 16s out to $26 at jump there.
All right, well done if you found that at home. Zipping Arkle, the time as well, around 30 and 15, I think. We had 30.26 or thereabouts in the opening race, so track at the moment, not slow. Safe, but maybe just a little bit sluggish. Let's have a look at some of these wonderful cameras we've got tonight. There you can see Cool to Skies from the 8 just slicing across. Jumped away pretty well for Mick Hardman, and then got caught up in that ruck, I guess, as they went through the first bend. Didn't see much from Magic Bandit in behind. Let's have another look from head on.
Magic Bandit got bumped here by Cool to Skies, and then got a little bit of a drag down from behind as well. She actually began beautifully and was about to hit the accelerator, but then that little ankle tap, and then Cool to Skies coming across put her out of play. And as you can see, there was a little bit of jostling there through the first turn. See this getting wide.
Isn't it remarkable there? Cool to Skies almost lost its legs, but managed to stay up and was robust through the first bend. Speaking of robust, have a look at this. I'm pretty sure that woman is on stilts. We had this conversation earlier. In what world? Oh, no stilts.
I think she's just very tall.
Yeah, she's just tall and cracking that whip. Licorice whip, I think it goes.
I don't think I've ever seen this at the Greyhounds before. Make sure you get on down if you're watching. It's a great night here at Wendy. The crowd's starting to build, and Tim and I were actually just talking before off air. It was 6 years ago that I first met one of my idols, Tim Newbold, and now I'm next to him, so this is a special moment. But we were saying just the roar of the crowd that night on MGC night, neither of us have heard anything like that since. It's just phenomenal, and that atmosphere similarly is starting to build tonight.
I'm glad you mentioned that story, Liz. I love hearing it.
He didn't ask me to say it at all.
It is funny you mentioned that night, 2019. Calling the races, I've never heard a bigger roar than the last race of the night. And Feral Frankie, I think it was a regional reward at one. He was a heavily backed favourite. He was the most popular greyhound in Australia at that point in time, and he was only a young greyhound. He had a cult following, and he got a rails run down the back straight. He went to the top, and geez, I thought the roof was coming off this grandstand. It was one of the great moments I ever had at this track, and it was a minor race, a minor feature, $1 million chase night, but it was probably my favourite night on a racetrack. Good Odds Harada won it back in 2019. You guys were doing the Channel 9 coverage, which was free to air. It was one hell of a night, and yeah, one I'll remember forever.
We're looking forward to some more memories here tonight. Let's focus in on the big one, the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase, race 8 on the card tonight. We talked about Foreign Capital a little bit earlier for Vic Sultana from box number 1, a dog that hasn't been out of form. It's been on the tail of some really good ones, but hasn't won a lot in the last 6 months. Jared, can we get a price?
Yeah, just one of the ones that has just been on the drift a little bit this week, Simon. Went up an $18 chance and it is now $21, which is actually the last line of betting here at Ladbrokes tonight.
Let's hear from Vic Sultana. He caught up with Mick Cowley earlier on tonight.
Vic Sultana, this is anything new for you? You've had $1 Million Chase runner before.
Yeah, the first year, yeah, the first year I done it, yeah.
Mate, was it a bit of a surprise? Did pretty well to get through last week. Was it a bit of a surprise?
Yes, in a way, but especially when he was running that far behind, you know, that's not his caper, you know, so yeah.
You come up with box 1, that's certainly an advantage, but there's a lot of speed just drawn outside.
Yeah, but that's the only hope he's got to run a good race, because I think he needs the inside, you know.
You've had a bit of a rap on this dog for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, he was going real good early in the piece, then had a few problems with him. So hopefully, I don't know if he's going as well as he was, but yeah, he was good.
That first year Skywave, I think she was second favourite in the race, finished third. That must have been pretty exciting for you.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, because I never thought that there'd be a race worth $1 million at the dogs, and I was with it in that race, so it was good. Yeah.
Did you ever think you'd get another crack at it?
Oh yes, I know.
I guess you've got to believe that you're going to.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What would it mean? You've won a lot of, the family's won a lot of big races over the years. What would it mean to win one of these?
Oh, terrific, hey, because you probably never win another one, so it'll be nice. But, it's going to be hard for him, but never mind.
As you said, drawn box one, camp behind the speed, you never know what'll happen.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. I think that's his only hope he's got because he drew the one box,
Mate, best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vic.
Vic Sultana there with Michael Cowley, Foreign Capital, going from the red box in the big one later on tonight, the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase. Let's talk a bit about Foreign Capital. It was a good winner last week, but I mentioned, guys, before that, hadn't been in the winner's circle for quite some time. Red box certainly helps, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. We saw last week that was the key for him, was finding the rails. So he's drawn where he wants to be. It had been a while since he'd been in the winner's circle, and if you're going back to June last year when he went 29.37 here in the ahead of the Group 1 Vic Peters Classic. So drawn ideally for him, but he comes up against a very hot field tonight.
I think he had to draw box one to have any chance at all at winning the race. Look, I still don't think he can really put the time on the board in his current form to win the race. He needs to improve 9 or 10 lengths, or maybe not tonight given the wind, and I don't think we are going to see a 29.3 time tonight. I think this wind is playing havoc with the times, but from that box one I just can see him just sneaking the rails and running into a minor position for sure.
So all the speed we know, 2, 3 and 4, Dacey's Rory on its day can jump really well as well. That has to help Foreign Capital, right? Getting a nice suck running behind.
Absolutely. There'll be a little bit of bumping and jostling unless one of them actually nails the jumping and clears out. So he's going to get a lovely little run parked right behind the 3-0.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Hey, have you rolled over on the weather? Are you saying the weather's having an impact now on the track?
No, on the time.
Okay.
Not the
On
track.
us.
And us.
Just trying to get an edge, mate. Come on. Hey, we're looking forward to the $1 Million Challenge later on tonight. Here we go. There's the man. Munns doing the great stuff with I think that's Ryan from our team. They're announcing the 10 contestants for the $1 Million Challenge. If you're just joining us, 10 punters get a chance to kick a footy down the straight at Wentworth Park. There's Nathan Hindmarsh, James Tedesco, who are our official coach and MC for the challenge tonight. And we're giving away a Kia Tasman Ute, or we're going to try as well in these blustery conditions, I think it's fair to say. 10 punters. If the first person kicks it into the back of the ute, the ball has to stay in there. They drive the car away. If they miss, punter number 2 will have a go. So now they're announcing the names. That'll happen later on the card, but $70,000 truck is going to be parked on the straight here at Wenty and hopefully given away by those 3 magical men. It's a great initiative and it's something which has drawn a lot of publicity. Jared, you had a go at kicking it on a much nicer
Simon,
day.
I don't know what you're talking about. Wasn't there that day. No one filmed it. Nothing happened.
The tape's been burned.
Oh, the reports I got back.
I'm so glad that is up on the Dogs socials. Now, if anyone's missed it, you can find it on the Dogs Facebook page.
No,
It's
you
some
can't,
great viewing.
Liz. No, you can't.
Actually, that vision made him look good. The mail I got was horrendous. Never to be given a football to kick again.
I'll put it this way. I was out in the middle of the grass section here where they do play footy, collecting an errant ball, and Jared's kick nearly clocked me in the back of the head. I was out there, nowhere near the car. So here we go. Have a look at the punters inside. They're having a great time as well. Bucking bull, $1,000 up for grabs, and as well as some wonderful racing. We've got 10 minutes until the $1 Million Chase maiden final. We've had some really good dogs go through this series over the years. Last year, Shawla won it. Unfortunately, we haven't seen the best of her since. She's been off the track with a bit of an injury, but I'm told she'll be back soon for the Davis family. Jungle Johnny came through the race, guys. Zigzag Man, Dalwhinnie, the current joint track record holder here at Wentworth Park, 29.04. So it's certainly produced some good dogs. Let's get a market update, Jared.
Texas Bandit leading the market here tonight. It's already been a big day for the Lords, like you said before, Simon. An inch at $2.40, this greyhound coming out of box number 2. Tom Zavelis has Daisy's Rory in the big one tonight. He has Zipping Urban here, $3.60. Rock solid at that quote all week to sit on the second line of betting. Another Windra going around here. Windra All Heart for Mark Gatt, $5 out to $6 now. We're trading $6.50 about Bandit Bar, but it really is all about Texas Bandit at the top of the market here. $2.40 and leading the Ladbrokes market. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the website.
And we'll take a look at the speed map here, just under 10 minutes out from the next here at Wentworth Park on $1 Million Chase night. Tigalong Snow can show some early pace, as can Texas Bandit, who comes up with box 2 and looks very, very hard to beat here.
You mentioned Zipping Urban. Tommy Zavelis has done a lot of Ks in the last few weeks, getting his dogs ready for this big race night, and he's got a big one in the $1 Million Chase final later on. Mick Cowley caught up with him a little bit earlier.
With Tom Zavelis, you have Zipping Urban in this race. That was a handy heat performance last week.
Yeah, he went super. He didn't trial the best here. He was a bit strange to the track, but he got around a lot better in the heat, and we're just hoping he can find a bit more again.
He didn't step fantastic last week, but certainly motored once he did get going.
Yeah, that's the funny part. He's normally a brilliant beginner and doesn't get to the line, so he sort of run upside down last week. Maybe he didn't burn up early, but yeah, he can time the start, so hopefully he can get a nice card across with the 5. It looks like the early speed in the race.
Was it a case of just throwing another one in the car because you were coming down with Dacey's Roar?
Yeah, pretty much. If we weren't coming down with Rory, we wouldn't have brought any of the maidens, but it's a real good experience for him. You know, we had good luck in this race last year, so we wanted to try and bring some more to mature him in the travel. And yeah, so he's made the final, which is great, and we're pretty unlucky in the first, but you know, she races that sort of pattern. She's going to be a nice stayer, but yeah, hopefully we can go better here.
Box 6?
Look, the way the draw is, it doesn't look that bad on paper. The 5 wanted to show speed and go to the fence, and the 7 stayed wide. So if he comes out all right, he should get his chance, and that's what we ask for.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Tommy Zavelis there with Mick Cowley. He's already come down here to New South Wales this year and stolen our riches, and he's looking to do the same tonight, both here in the MDC Maiden final with Zipping Urban and, of course, later on with Dacey's Rory. Let's work our way through this field. Saja Boy for Kayla Jane Coleman, one of the outsiders. What do you think of the debut, Battler?
Yeah, solid effort on debut, and will take a stack of benefit out of the run under race conditions. Hasn't got a great deal of early speed, has a bit of strength on its side, could sneak into the minor money.
There's the dog selections on screen, 2, 6, 8 and 9. And if you're just joining us, the 9 Windra Allheart came out of the MDC Maiden Consolation earlier in the night. Won by the Littermate and comes into this race. Liz, Texas Bandit for Jody Lord, fast heat winner. His mum ran second in the 2022 MDC final behind She's a Pearl.
Yeah, well bred is in this greyhound field. Frankie Coast Model, the breeding here for this one. Coast Model is also the dam, incidentally, of Coast Rig, who lines up in the $1 Million Chase Consolation later on tonight. This greyhound won the second of the heats last Thursday. He was fast. He went 29.69 off box 7. That was on debut. His first section was 5.43. I think he should just about go close to leading this race. He beat him towering Luke by over 4 lengths. I think he's one of the hardest to beat here, and he's going to be strong all the way to the line as well.
Punters seem to agree. 250 into 220, been the subject of some support. Bandit Barb in the 3. Started $1.50 in only 2 runs, went under in both, Battler.
Gee, the punters have left it in both runs. That debut run at Dapto, it was back as if unbeatable, and the number was already in the frame. Failed to fire, then came here, started 2s on, was much better, finishing runner-up in 30 and 10 behind Zipping Urban. Look, is a safe beginner, bit of a flat spot in the early stages, and then gets moving. Look, you've got to take it into account. The money has come on both occasions, trained by Andy and Jody Lord, so there's no doubt the greyhound showing ability at home and on the trial track, but geez, I can't have her on a 2 run so far.
Interesting, a bit of earthing there from Hayley, just sitting down. Oh, up she gets. It's almost like she's listening to us. The 3, Bandit Barb. The 4, aka the 9, Windra Allheart. Well-bred dog, as we mentioned earlier, Fernando Bale, Yuko Girl.
Yeah, and we saw the Littermate take out the first Windra All Smoke. This greyhound was on debut in the heat last week, finished 3rd and behind Texas Bandit off box 5. Look, he's gone 30.07 in doing so. On that performance, I think he's probably one to include in your top 3 or 4, and I've been told that his previous trials here were all just under 30 seconds.
The 5 is Tiggerlong Snow, and the Tiggerlong breed continue to produce, and great to see Kevin Keys and Mick Finn represented here tonight.
Yeah, flew out on debut and led, got a little wide at the first turn, then back down to the rails, held the top and kept rolling along. 30 and 17 and all the way winner. 5.44 the opening fraction, then 18.06, 12.11 home. I'm told did run around about a similar time in trials here prior. Is well drawn in box number 5. I think a tremendous value chance.
Yeah, out to $13 at the moment with Ladbrokes, and if you're watching across the Ladbrokes platforms or the dogs.com.au, I think we're on the Daily Telegraph somewhere tonight. Who knows? I think New Zealand, Liz, did you organise that? We're going over there too?
My family, I think, is watching, if that counts.
YouTube, wherever you want to watch us, you can watch us here tonight, and hopefully you're having a good time doing it. Hey, the 6, Zipping Urban, I think we all like this bloke. What I like most, good to see another wow pup emerging. There's been a few on the ground lately.
I agree, he looks pretty exciting. So does the litter, actually, because Zipping Kravitz is looking pretty good so far in his career as well. Look, I think this greyhound's a really good winning chance there. I was sort of tossing up between Texas Bandit and Zipping Urban. He's actually one of the more experienced runners, having had 3 race day starts so far, but that was a really good performance last week. I thought second fastest heat time in 29.76. Earlier starts as well. He's shown a bit of pace. I'd probably prefer him drawn close to the rails, but he's strong. He gets into his work mid-race, and I think he's a really good winning home.
The lures going around here at Wentworth Park, and a few woohoos have been thrown out as well. The 7, Paul Colton, box 7 in the heats, box 7 in the final for my man, Ike McCorkindale.
Moderately away on debut, but got to the rails and was really strong in the latter stages. Home in 11.74. Has a tricky draw, box 7, but if it does get a rails run through that first turn, will be strong late.
The 8, Towering Luke for Brett Smith, can run a drum. 4 starts, 4 seconds so far. Can he break through tonight in a race of this calibre?
He just keeps drawing box 8 for a dog who hasn't had a lot of experience. With that being said, he's actually had the most race day starts in the field. Like, he was beaten on merit last week. That was in behind Texas Bandit. With that being said, though, finished second. Texas Bandit was obviously very quick, so went 29.99. He tried to stay under Texas Bandit off box 1. I think box 8 certainly makes life tough for him to get tonight.
Yeah, very interesting race coming up. The MDC Maiden final. It's worth $25,000 to the winner as they make their walk to the boxes. I tell you what, it's about, I'm going to say 120 metres from there to the boxes, and later on tonight you can see the crowd building in the background. That is going to be some sort of atmosphere for our trainers as they head out. I should mention as well, Hayley Gilbert we saw doing the earthing with the Lord Dog earlier on. First night back at the races, I think, in 5 months since having her son, Maurice, or as I like to call him, the future king of gunning down there. So he'll be watching at home, I'm sure, sitting on Andy or Jodie's lap. Unless they're here tonight, I haven't seen them yet, so I assume they'll be down there at gunning. Can we also just say the Dapto winning post, or the arch above the winning post, which we gave away on Ladbrokes Dapto Megastar night, was bought by Andy and Jodie Lord for 10K. That has been safely delivered to the property at gunning as well. So there's a great keepsake. Keep your eyes on eBay, just in case, but a great donation to the Mark Hughes Foundation as well. Just quickly, a wonderful initiative coming up next month as well for the Mark Hughes Foundation, Battler.
Yeah, the red and blue November through all the way through November through campaign from Greyhound Racing New South Wales. So whenever a greyhound wearing the red or the blue rug wins at any racetrack in New South Wales, $161 will be donated to the Mark Hughes Foundation. We came up with a 161 due to Mark playing 161 first grade games for the Newcastle Knights, and of course their colours are red and blue. So that's how we came up with 1 and the 4. So we're hoping, we're looking at maybe a donation between $50,000 to $70,000 to the Mark Hughes Foundation.
Yeah, awesome stuff from you and the team GRNSW. We continue to create these wonderful collaborations. Of course, we've seen Mitch Moses join as an official ambassador for GRNSW and the Greyhounds as Pets program in the last month as well, and we love everyone loving our sport as well. All right, race number 3, the MDC Maiden final, Liz's Lock and Battler's Banker. Who are you with?
I think we must be due. We're up to after a couple of misses early, although to be fair, we have been unlucky. But I've gone with Texas Bandit on top here. It's really hard to go past him off the back of that performance in the heat. Clearly they are maidens, so they're still obviously learning, but I thought it was particularly impressive, that debut performance in 29.69, and I think he's the one to beat.
I like Windra All Heart gaining a run from the 4 alley. I think he looks perfectly drawn in a middle box from what I've seen from him. He was moderately away on debut when he was back off the map. It was a good effort finishing 3rd. I'm told he did run 29.89 or thereabouts in a trial around here before that series. I think with a clean getaway, he is tremendous value. I actually think Texas Bandit now is at a ridiculous price. I think he's got a chance, but I think he's well and truly under the odds.
All right, MDC Maiden final market mover.
It's Bandit Barb, Simon. $6 into $4.80 to sit on the 3rd line of betting.
I don't mind Bandit Barb, but I'll leave it over to the experts. Battler's Banker, he's with the 9, Windra All Heart. Liz's Lock, she's with the 2, Texas Bandit. Russell Veach is calling all the action, 2 down. 10 to go here tonight, of course. Race 8, that's where all roads lead. The Ladbrokes $1 million chase. Let's throw up to Russ now for the MDC Maiden final.
240 now. So 240 for Texas Bandit, and good backing for Bandit Barb and Kennel Mate. at $4.60 in from $7 now. So moving up for the MDC Maiden final with 25 big ones to the winner. They're just about ready to go. Dominic places the green light on. 240 Texas Bandit, box to the stripes. They're ready. And racing, and Texas Bandit again nicely up wide. A towering with show spin up over each other. Zipping Urban trying to squeeze through in the middle. Just behind them, Bandit Barb got a glorious run through. They're followed by Tigalong Snow. Towering with getting a long way back now is Sarjar Boy and Paul Colton coming off the back. And Texas Bandit got away by 4 to Zipping Urban. Then came Windram Moore Huntley outside of Bandit Barb. And Texas Bandit's doing all well in the maiden finals out by 5. And Texas Bandit and Jody Norbenson beats Windram Moore Hart, followed by Zipping Urban and Bandit Barb. Then came Paul Colton further back in proceedings. Behind them, Sarjar Boy, Towering Luke and Tigalong Snow.
Texas Bandit for Jody and Andy Lord, 29.92 for the camp. Got out on the arm and away it went. The money was right, open 250 into 210, 235 when boxes rose. Pretty good effort.
Yeah, that's been a really good performance there by Texas Bandit. Makes it 2 from 2, and I think probably that time reflective as well as the conditions out there. It is quite tough, and we saw how fast this dog went last week. It's won it from the boxes there and has led all the way.
He's a beautifully bred greyhound by Feral Frankie, who we spoke about earlier, out of Coast Model. She was a ripping bitch, and now 2 for 2. Had to endure a little bit of pressure there coming down from the outside in the drive around that first turn. So that all goes well moving forward by able to, withstand that pressure, because on debut he had it all his own way from that wide alley, just carved across, and he had an airport to run to the top on that occasion, but he really had to do it a little tougher tonight. Yeah, super win. There's Tubber catching in the pen, 2 from 2. Mick Cowley's got Ray Dixon.
I do have Ray Dixon with me. Congratulations, mate. Pretty special dog.
Yeah, he went good. He went good last week. We thought if he'd come out tonight, he'd win, and that's what he's done. He's come out and held his position and got the money.
Did Andy and Jody realise pretty early on he was something special?
Yeah, he's been going good at home, so yeah, they know what they've got there.
But out of Coast Model, obviously a night 3 or 4 years ago now where she ran second to She's a Pearl. That was a special night. Big crowd here tonight. Must be good to be in the atmosphere, even though you haven't got a runner in the main race.
Oh yeah, it's good to see all the people here, and yeah, like you said, it's a special night for everyone. So,
any plans for the future for this dog?
Mate, you'd have to talk to the owner, the trainers. Can't you bring them?
You do the hard work. That's all good, buddy. Congratulations. Good to get a winner on this night.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, congratulations indeed to Connections. Ray Dixon, a happy man and a busy man. Look at him. He's off to get his next dog throughout the night. Texas Bandit, we mentioned the mother, Coast Model. I know She's a Pearl gets a lot of the plaudits through the $1 Million Chase win, but Coast Model's starting to produce some really good greyhounds. Let's talk our way through this replay. Texas Bandit got out, got in front, and didn't look back. And as we mentioned a moment ago, Zipping Urban and Towering Luke were coming down hard there on Texas Bandit, but he just held his line. He shouldered them out of the way through that first corner. He is a hulking 33-kilo dog, and when he was able to hold the top on his performance last week, they couldn't run him down. Zipping Urban was showing that good turn of speed. He's a greyhound I think we should be looking to follow moving forward too, Liz.
I absolutely agree, and I thought that your top pick, Windram Hart's gone a really good race. Just had almost a little bit of a flat spot there mid-race, but he's got going again, and he's hit the line well there for second.
Yeah, I think the couple of the greyhounds, the Windram, even the greyhound which won earlier, Windram All Smoke, they do seem to begin well, then hit a bit of a flat spot, then they get moving after balancing up again. So, that could be a trait down the track. They might be even 600-metre greyhounds a little later in their career.
I'll tell you what the best part of that race is. You two have found some form. Liz is off the mark, and Battler, you ran second in the end. Well, that's something, mate. You were stone motherless earlier on, weren't you? That's what we love. Hey, look at the great camera angles here tonight. We say thanks to our amazing team. There's a host of people, guys and girls, around the track here tonight in pretty difficult conditions, making sure that we get some of the best pictures in the land. And that's great. Nothing better than a greyhound flying out of the boxes here on $1 Million Chase night. I just want to ask you a quick question. We're going to go down to the $1 Million Challenge any moment, but there's a school of thought out there that the superstar bitches, and I'm talking about a She's a Pearl or a Wow She's Fast, maybe don't throw superstar pups. Maybe that's the next level down. I can already see you thinking about it. Coast Model, this is the reason. She's produced Coast Rig, who's done really well. She's got this guy going through now. It's still early, but what do you think about that?
Oh, yes. No, look, you'd have to go back and you're testing my memory now, Simon, to be honest. But look, there has been superstar bitches in the past who have thrown really, really good dogs. Whether they've thrown champions, look, I'd have to really go back through the record books, but off the top of my head, I wouldn't have thought, any champion bitches have thrown out-and-out champions.
Not that I can think of it, but it almost reminds me of the champion horses, right? Like the champion mares very rarely, see the progeny performing. But I think the thing with breeding greyhounds, yes, there's a bit of luck, but there's a lot of science, a lot of time, a lot of hours into it. And I think having a strong bitch, I think, is one of the absolute keys, though, right? You want a greyhound who's strong, particularly on the damer side. Yeah.
Absolutely, particularly in this day and age, because a lot of the size are real high-speed greyhounds, So if you've got a bitch who has got that strength on her side and you're breeding toward, stronger greyhounds, you're then hoping to get at least a 500-metre greyhound or a little longer later down the track.
Great insights from you two. Let's get down to Glenn Munsey because the $1 Million Challenge is up. Let's see if one of these punters can kick that footy into the back of the Kia Tasman Ute.
Our first contestant, high and wide. Contestant number 2. Our contestants in no particular order as the next one comes up. Looking promising. No, it's faded away to the right-hand side. Oh, no, that was all just a practice run, sorry. Anything that Nathan Highmaster's involved in has to be. Are our contestants ready? Because we have to have the presentation for this dog race as well. So our contestants are Glenn Taylor, Mac Dawson, Alexandre Scipione, Curtis Ward and Robert Hayes. There is contestant number 1 has gone to the right. 4 more to come. Who's stepping up second? Can we kick it along a bit, Hindy? Don't start taking the ball from dummy half. Give it a bit of width. Come on, guys, up you come. Here we go. The boy from Scone. Shocker. Righto, next along. Here he goes. He's got a little bit of style about him, tossing the ball around. Oh, a little bit of a drop punt there. Didn't get the distance. Our third contestant, wearing a Ladbrokes hat. So this is all a little bit more, getting more guidance than a GPS. Yeah, good. Yeah, they all told him to kick it to the right-hand side. Finished in the grandstand. Right, 2 more to come. Oh, here's Hindy's going to have another go, is he? That is it. Hindy, have a kick. Hindy, have a kick. Righto, I'd like to call back to the stage our officials for the presentation of the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Final. Greyhound Racing New South Wales Chief Racing Officer Brian Sharman, Greyhound Racing New South Wales Board Member Kevin Gordon, the member for Tamworth, Kevin Anderson, and the member for the Upper Hunter, Dave Lazelle. Brian, here comes Dave, running third at the moment, tailed off. Here's Kevin. No, he's been used. Oh, Kevin snuck around the blind side there.
And then I can throw to a break him. Back to me. There we go. We had a couple of kicks at the $1 Million Challenge and maybe just a warm-up, guys, as we get back to the MDC Maiden Final. We can see there some of our dignitaries. Brian Charman, Dave Lazelle, Kevin Gordon, Tubber, Stevie Arnold with the winner, Texas Bandit. Initial thoughts on the MDC Challenge out there, guys?
You'd be forgiven for thinking I was out on the track then, I think, with one of those landed even further into the middle of the field than mine did.
Yeah, I'm not going to pot him because it is difficult out there. And listen, we did give them grief last year, some of those pathetic efforts last year. But look, I don't think we can be too brutal on that tonight.
But I'll pot all of last year's.
Yeah. How's Battler up here looking down his nose at everyone?
And actually, there's a few big blokes down there, so I'm not going to pot any of them. They're a little bit bigger than the 174 centimetres in height I am.
If you're watching at home thinking, what on earth's going on? Well, that's the MDC Maiden final winner, Texas Bandit. Congratulations to the Lord Kennel. Another big win for them. They'll be watching on at home down there at Gunning. Do a stack of hard work and rewarded with a massive day at Goulburn today. 7 winners across the card, and Texas Bandit saluting, making it 2 from 2 here tonight. That was the $1 million challenge before, where we're trying to give away that Kia Tasman Ute, which hastily scooted off the track. I think they'll come back and have another kick maybe after the next race. But throughout the night, 10 punters will have a chance to kick that footy into the back of the car. We want to give it away. I think that's the idea. So even though no one really got close then, hopefully later on someone will win that car worth $70,000. Thank you very much, Sydney City Kia. Great initiative again from Greyhound Racing New South Wales to get people to the track. And I tell you what, it's pretty thick down there. There's a bunch of people on the fence in the Hello Sport area. Big John was meant to be here. I know, Jared, no autographs for you, mate. He was detained and deported and hopefully watching on the other side of the world. We'll have to get him back when we can, but you can win $1,000 for riding the Bucking Bull for as long as possible. And how good is this, seeing people back at the track? It's, well, what are we now? 8 editions over 7 years. We had 2 in 1 year there. COVID sort of spoiled things a little bit, but Battler, you've been here for every single one, been part of it. The race itself, it's special to us, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is, Simon. I remember the day it was announced, and I was actually on the Sunshine Coast on holidays, and I was in absolute shock that we were going to run not just $1 million prize money race, but $1 million to the winner. Quite remarkable for greyhound racing, particularly here in New South Wales. We don't want to go back and remember the days of 2015, but where we were back then, and then 3 years later, in 2018, we're running a race worth $1 million to the winner. Quite remarkable.
I think the timing was perfect. I think the concept was perfect. And as you say, we obviously don't want to dwell too much on some of those dark days, but participants here, they had been through a lot, and I think it gave everyone a lift. And, you know, every year it's the race that people want to win here, not just in New South Wales, but I think around the country as well. It's something to aspire to, and it's something that when you've got a dog, you know, anyone can actually win. It's pretty exciting.
And it was always the golden Easter egg here in New South Wales, and to many, there are they still want to win the golden Easter egg as the most prestigious race. But I did hear Mark Gatz say in a recent interview, what race do you want to be in an interview with you? So what race do you want to win? He said, $1 million chase. He said, people say the golden Easter egg, I want the $1 million, which I'm with Mark all the way, don't worry about that. Forget about prestige and all of that, I'll take the $1 million any day over a few $100,000. But that's what it is, and it's great to see they come from everywhere for this race. And I go back to the 2020 version, and we had representatives from WA, South Australia, Queensland, Victoria and New South Wales. So it was really an Australian-wide race, and I think the turnover that night was the highest in history here in New South Wales on a greyhound meeting. So it's great to see, you know, trainers all around the country, as you just alluded to, Liz, want to win this race, and that $1 million carrot is the big reason.
Yeah, great insights. I love that story from Mark Gatt. Whatever race is worth the most, that's what I want. And I concur. I'm with you, Battler. Hey, let's get into race number 4. We're 7 minutes away from the GRNSW Youngstar final. That is Wentworth Park, the historic venue hosting tonight's Ladbrokes $1 million chase, and Jared Timms is with us. We say thanks to you for partnering up with us, mate. Let's get a market for race 4.
You're very welcome, Simon. It's great to be here. And race number 4, a very, very popular favourite here in Zipper on Time. Coming out of box number 1, again, $1.60, and easily the worst result for the Ladbrokes book. Now, earlier in the bit here, Battler, I remember that you said Shat keeping to run a place was your best of the night. If you like the $1.90, then you're going to love the $2.15 that we're trading now for that greyhound to run into the placings. It's a $9 chance to win, locked on the second line of being alongside King of Gods. But Zipper on Time is going to start a very, very clear and very, very popular favourite at Ladbrokes. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the website.
And to be fair, I think she's very much the deserved short price favourite here. Taking a look at the speed map, she's drawn to be on the pace, as is the 2 back tomorrow, and potentially a bit of pace as well coming from the middle there with 5 wins in Rambo.
It's an interesting one. I mentioned earlier the Richmond Puppy Classic. We've got 4 runners in this race who can go around in that race series next month. Shaq Keeping, win some Rambo, Fearless Bandit, and He's a Pearl. So keep your eyes on them, because that's going to be a race that's going to be salivating at its absolute best at Richmond next month. Let's work our way through. Zipper on Time, this is a really interesting one. Before we talk about the dog itself, I just want to get a thought, Battler, from you. 9 from 10 so far. Rob Howard said, yeah, she's pretty honest. Is that understating her?
Look, they're not sending her down to Jason Thompson for a little holiday. That shows the opinion they've got of her. She's running mind-boggling times here for a greyhound of her age and experience. She's got great racing traits, and they're sending her down, I think, after this series to Jason to look at all of the big races down there. So she's not going down there for a holiday. So I think Rob, that he's understating it a fraction.
Yeah, real intent. The send down Laurels, I hear, is the target. Mick Cowley is down there with connections. Let's hear what they think about Zipper on Time.
I am here with Rob Howard. Simon, Rob, first of all, she's absolutely been flying, mate. Any surprise for you how good she's been going?
Yeah, no, Mick, she goes, like, she's always showed something from the word go, and yeah, she's just kept improving. So hopefully she utilises the one tonight and yeah, does it again.
What's in the future for her? Obviously, this is a good little feature race, but what's in the future?
Yeah, she leaves to go to Melbourne next week. She'll go home for a couple of days to rest up and recover, and she'll head to Melbourne next week.
Did you realise early on how good she was?
Yeah, she's always showed potential from the day we started pre-train her, and then she educated up at our joint, and then she went to casino for a few weeks, and yeah, she always showed something. Yeah.
29.4, I think it was last week. Still a bit of improvement. Still in that.
Yeah, well, she's only young, Mick. She's not 2 till next month, so hopefully there's a little bit more in the tank.
Right, I'm sure there is. Good luck tonight, buddy.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Thanks, Rob.
Rob Howard there with Mick Cowley, the GRNSW Youngstar final. Last year it was won by My Pharaoh. Shout out to Johnny Miles and Sue Smith if they're watching at home. But La Sagrada, Poor Oswald and Lady Wilson came through this race. They've all run big races in the last 12 months. Let's get through, starting with number 1, Zipper on Time. We've already heard from Rob, and Batley gave an initial opinion, but $1.45, is that too short?
Look, I think she'll win the race. But as I've alluded to, if I'm having a bet in the race, I think I'd rather take $2.15 about Shaq Keeping to run a place than taking $1.50 about Zipper on Time. I think she'll win. I think she is a highly talented bitch. She runs blinding early sections here through the early and mid part, and she gets to the line strong enough, running 29, 40 odd and thereabouts from box number 1. I think she'll just punch up lead, and clearly the one to run down.
Yeah, maybe the best boxed greyhound of the night. The 2 back tomorrow for Minnie Finn, building a good record, and as we found out last week when we were talking to Brad Barnes, the next litter to get Slade early in both Bowers Ace.
Yeah, pretty exciting too. Look, to be fair, if Zipper on Time wasn't in the race, I'd be waiting her a running chance here. But look, she does have a bit of early pace, just not, as quick as Zipper on Time early. Her last 4 races have been here at Wentworth Park. She went 29.87 when winning her heat on Saturday. That was beating home Zipping Arkle, so that form is stacking up pretty well. At this point in her career, she's probably not the strongest late, so I'd like to see her jumping well and getting herself into a nice position early.
Shaq Keeping, Battler, as you mentioned off the top, maybe your best bet tonight, the place bet that is. He's being steered towards the Puppy Classic next month, but he's got a good chance here at a price.
He's been in the money in 16 of 22 outings. He's well drawn here with 2 genuine speed demons drawn directly underneath him. I think he'll begin cleanly. He'll park behind that pair through the first turn. He's drawn just a stalk through the mid part of the race and will be strong to the line. 29.78 winner here last week, beating See This. As I've mentioned, I think he's a fantastic place bet, the best play of the evening for me, and something small at the big price to win.
210 with Ladbrokes to place, 950 on the drift to win. King of Gods, Jace McKay, great win last week, Liz.
Yeah, look, I thought he was actually a really good placement here as well. He's paying about $2.30 at the moment for Jason McKay. First 5 races were at Maitland, and he made his race night debut at Winter here last Saturday. He did the job in 29.75 off box 1 and was only fairly away. Did want to push off the rails a little bit, so I don't mind him drawn here in the 4. I thought that his second at Maitland 2 starts ago was outstanding. He got a big mid-race check. He's probably not going to be fast away, but I think he'll be hitting the line better than most here.
It's just been a bit of a nibble for Winsome Rambo, Battler.
Yeah, above average greyhound, and has improved at every run here, running 29 and 56 when finishing runner-up behind the favourite here last week. Has a tricky draw in box 5 to contend with, but the money's starting to roll in for this greyhound. A value chance.
Winsome Josie in box 6.
She's pretty big for a girl here. She's about 31 or 32 kgs. It was the heaviest that she weighed in last time at 31.9, and it was her best effort to date. Her last 4 starts have all been here at Wentworth Park. She's broken 30 seconds in each of her last 4 runs. She's not super fast away, but then she does get into her work. The draw, though, was a bit of a concern for me tonight.
Fearless Bandit enjoyed having room to move last week. Back to box 7 suit.
And that was the key, Simon. 29.65 PB here last week. Tricky draw. Will handle a wide draw, but there is a stack of early pace drawn underneath him, and I can just see him being hung out to dry the first 2.
And Liz, he's a pearl. Box 8, quick thought.
Yeah, let him make to Fearless Bandit, and of course royally bred Fernando Bale, she's a pearl. 9 starts, 4 wins so far, turned 2 on Monday. He's drawn 8 in 3 of his last 4 starts. He's used to being out here. I think he should probably stay out of trouble out wide and potentially gets a nice run around them. I thought he wasn't the worst first 4 prospect.
Liz's lock, Battler's banker.
Certainly going with Zipper on time on top here to continue with that outstanding record.
I've got Zipper on time on top, but the betting play of the evening, Shack Keeping to run a place, currently $2.10 with Ladbrokes.
And if you're same race multi at Zipper on time to win, Shack Keeping top 3, you can get $3.10 with Ladbrokes. Market mover.
Love the sound of that, Simon. I was going to suggest the exact same thing, to be honest, so you beat me to it. The market mover, just for sheer weight of money, Zipper on time at $1.40.
There you go. They pile in to this wonderful greyhound, Natina and Rob Howard. 9 wins from 10 starts, only the 1 blemish, and that was the second as well. Heading down to the kennels of Jason and Shona Thompson after this race. Let's see if she can do it on a winning note. This is the GRNSW Youngstar final, 25k to the winner. Let's throw you up to Russell Veach to call all the action.
Well, are getting set, thank you, Dave. So favourite draw on the inside here. Zipper on time for Robin Natina Howard at $1.40 after running 29.45 on its heat victory. The Greyhound Racing New South Wales, the Youngstar final, they're set. Lure in motion, favourite in 1. They're ready, set, and racing, and she began brilliantly. Zipper on time on the inside. She leads back tomorrow early with a lap to go. Winsome Rambo gets to 3rd, followed by He's a Pearl, then came Shack Keeping. A long way back is Winsome Josie, Fearless Bandit, and King of Gods, and it's Zipper on time. Just a length in front of back tomorrow. Now make it a length and a half, make it 2. 2 to Winsome Rambo, followed by Shack Keeping, and He's a Pearl on the home corner. Zipper on time is a length and a half in front. She's kicking on strongly. Zipper on time, check. Zipper on time, won it by a length and a half to back tomorrow, who was game. Winsome Rambo got 3rd, followed by He's a Pearl rattling home, and then came Winsome Josie, Fearless Bandit, King of Gods, and the time 29.62.
The picket fence continues for Zipper on time. I thought maybe have they found a chink in her armour on the home turn, but no way. She just kept finding, as Russ said, and she's won race number 10 from start number 11. Rob and Natina Howard, they've got a really, really good one in the kennel. The final time, 29.62, best of the night so far.
That's been a fantastic time and a fantastic performance there by Zipper on time. Congratulations to Connections. And as we heard pre-race, we'll be heading now to the Thompsons in Victoria. Tim, you'd imagine that this dog's got a huge future ahead of her.
Without a shadow of a doubt, this, she's got it all. She's got those great box manners, a great turn of speed through the early and mid section, and she knuckles down at the end of the race. She had pressure there. She had pressure coming down. It's not an easy feat to win from box number 1 here at Wentworth Park. It can be a very tricky draw if you've got speed coming down from the outside. So she drove hard, she took control, all honours, and Tina and Robert Howard, they've got an exciting greyhound on their hands who's heading down to Victoria to try and bring back some of their riches.
Yeah, we wish her all the best as well. Zipper on time, $1.40, Jared, is that right? She went around her?
Yeah, $1.40. Very, very well backed, Simon, and won accordingly.
Rob Howard is trackside with Mick Cowley.
I am with Rob Howard. Rob, congratulations. It wasn't an easy ride, but she did it pretty well.
She had to work hard, Mick. She had to do everything right from the one box tonight. She couldn't afford to miss it a bit. She's just she's a good bitch.
Is it fair to say she's almost faultless?
Like she's not really a lid pinger. Like she hits the ground then goes. She's just got that turn of foot.
You're a little bit emotional here. She's pretty special.
Yeah, first group race. Yeah. Tina will be sitting at home, cheering on the lounge room. My sister Susan will be drinking red wine and she'll be cheering. Oh, mate. My brothers will be watching at the club. Yeah. Pressure off.
Pressure is off, as you said, but you've got to rejoice in what she does.
Yeah, she just does it all herself, So pressure's off now. She's heading to Melbourne.
You can sit back and be a spectator now.
Yeah, I'll watch him on TV.
Congratulations, well done. Good win a race on a night like this.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, Mike.
Oh, how good is that? I love the emotion. I love the first section of 5:35, but what I love most, the red wine getting thrown around it. That's what we need just to get the belly warm.
I can tell you a little bit of story about Susan, who is the wife of the late John McDermott, who was my mentor when I was coming through the calling ranks. We had the Macca run at the Gardens a couple of weeks ago, which honours Johnny Mack, and Susan was there for the night with the family, and she come over, she said, "There's no red wine at the bar." She said, "You're out of red wine," so I had to jump in the car, go down to the bottle and get some red wine to bring back for Susan. So there is no doubt he's telling the truth. I'm sure Susan is at home enjoying a red wine or two, which is great to see.
Oh, good on her. Good on you, mate. Chivalry's not dead, no matter what they say. Let's have a look at this girl just highballing out in front. Look, this is the question I had. Are they coming for her here? This is a sign of a good greyhound. Look at her go. Just burns around that bend and punches away. Comfortable margin on the line, and as we mentioned, the best of night time so far. These are her times at Wentworth Park: 29.45, 29.5, 29.6, 29.6. She just keeps on producing for a young greyhound. This is a pretty impressive run to open her career.
Yeah, absolutely. She doesn't actually turn 2 until later next month as well. I can't wait to see what she does next. She's got a fast time, as you've mentioned there, Simon, which means that some of these runs in behind have also been pretty outstanding here. In particular, Back Tomorrow has chased hard the whole way there for Minnie Finn. Also Winsome Rambo for Minnie Finn. And I thought it was a bit of an eye-catching performance by Hazer Pearl, has hit the line strongly here into 4th position.
And they're interesting as well because we mentioned the Richmond Puppy Auction race as we get this great footage again from behind the boxes. Moving forward, if you want to have a punt or maybe a black booker heading towards that Richmond Puppy Auction race, you've got 4 dogs. Any thoughts on which dog you might want to back off that? Anyone? Any thoughts? Is it Winston Rambo? Maybe, I reckon, coming home late.
Listen, I'm trying to find a winner tonight, and you're worrying about trying to find a winner in 6 weeks' time.
I didn't want to say anything, mate, but we brought you back for the big night because you're the man.
I did find the winner of the last race, but the run of Shack Keeping was very, very poor, and we won't say too much more about that. But we are on the board. We have tipped a winner. I will say about the winner there, Zipper on time, I can't recall a greyhound in recent memory who is 8 for 8 here at Wentworth Park, unbeaten in 8 runs.
What's Zipping Orlando? I know he started his career at Goulburn, Zoom Top Maiden, but he came here, I reckon he won a feature race and he went on a really good run as well, but maybe not 8,
Yeah,
maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, 8 it's unbeaten in 8 runs, and I think we'd have to go back a number of years to find a greyhound. Because normally if you've won 8 here at Wentworth Park, you're up into top grade or near enough near it. So yeah, it's quite a remarkable feat.
I can tell you, we've got plenty happening down here trackside. Somehow we've got our drone up in the air. That were the drone shots before, and now we've got something else happening. This woman was out cracking the whip earlier. What are they, Jared? This is like your expertise area.
Oh, what I was going to say to you, Simon, is how much better would this be on stilts, honestly? She was out there on stilts.
Oh, geez.
Night, mate.
It's not a night for stilts, I'll tell you what. There you go. Great entertainment here at Wentworth Park. I can tell you, 6 straight for Orlando here at Wentworth Park before he went under for the first time. That shows you how good this girl could be, because he went on to win some really massive races and be one of the best dogs of the last 5 years. Here's the bucking bull. $1,000 for whoever stays on there the longest. Come on down. As you can see, plenty of padding around. That's OH&S, of course.
Do we know what the clubhouse leader is now?
Yeah, great question, mate, considering I've been sitting next to you for the last hour and a half.
You've got different people in your ear to me.
Yeah, I do. We'll find out. Look at that. That's good to see, but a big crowd. Hey, let's talk about the favourite for the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase coming up a little bit later on. Jared, I'll start with you. I want a price, but I also want you to tell us about the story that you filmed with Steve Fitch in the last week or so.
It was absolutely outstanding to go down there to Nowra, have a catch-up with Steve Fitch, who obviously was very bullish of the chances of Cumbria Jack as well as Ariza Sparkles. Didn't she come out last week and absolutely blow them away in that first Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase semi-final? That was the performance of the night for mine. She's drawn box 2 here. She looks very, very hard to beat. And backed accordingly in the Ladbrokes market as well all week, Simon. Before the box draw on Sunday, $3 into $2.70 at the box draw, and has just been absolutely slapped into $2.35 now, leading the Ladbrokes market.
Yeah, she sure has been, and rightfully so. The Group 1 winner, Steve Fitch, trains her, and he is having the run of a lifetime. He caught up with Mick Cowley earlier on tonight.
Steve Fitch, welcome to Wentworth Park, $1 Million Chase night. You've been here before, mate. You're an old hand.
I've been here once, mate. Yeah, a couple of times in other races, but yeah, second time in the big one.
Bit different this year with a bit of expectation around Ariza Sparkles?
Yeah, I'm not used to being the favourite or equal favourite, so yeah, usually I'm in the background, but here we are.
Not surprising that you are in the talk for the race on that performance last week. It was pretty special.
Yeah, and I've said all along she's very special, and yeah, she just a bit of clean air, and let's hope see what she can do.
Having the speed, the other speed drawn outside her, that's obviously a big advantage. The jump will be key to everything, but you'd rather be in 2 than 4.
Yeah, miss the jump here and you're in trouble anyway, but if she comes out running and can just hold the 3 and 4 to the first bend, then it's up to Power and Glory to sort of find his way through. So,
mate, I guess that'll be the thing. If she does get to the front round that first turn, you're then looking over your shoulder to see where he is, essentially.
Pretty much, yeah. We'll be watching him more than our girl if she's in front, I suppose. But yeah, he'd have to, if she's running the time that she went last week, he'd have to create history to catch her.
Mate, Cumbria Jack, obviously a bit of disappointment, no doubt, because it didn't get through and he was expected to, or you were hoping that he was, but you know, that's racing, isn't it?
That's racing, mate. Yeah, it's disappointing, but you suck it up and move on.
You just have to win the double, the $1 Million Chase and the Consolation.
Consolation, yeah, that'd be all right, yeah. Might have a $10 multi.
How's the week been for Ariza Sparkles? All good?
Yes, no, spot on, just the normal stuff, normal week. Free galloping at home, a couple of hard runs, and then yeah, just one good hard hit out up the straight Tuesday morning behind the drag, and then nice and easy into tonight. Same as always.
Mate, good luck in the main race tonight, buddy.
No worries. Thanks, Mick.
Thank you, mate.
Stevie Fitch there, big player down there at the Pine Bowl. Now he's made it to the big stage of Wentworth Park with the Ariza Sparkles. Bear with me here, I'm just going to give you something quick. Her mum, Gramercy Park, if you track that line back to Fire and then Tiffy, Chris O'Brien started that line. If you go down the Tiffy chain, Solar Pack was the daughter. Solar Pack had Good Odds Harada, who won the $1 Million Chase in 2019. So this girl is bred to win the big race. Can I get a thought from both of you experts on her chances tonight?
Oh, she's got a tremendous chance. She is a good beginner. She's got that high speed. She's strong at the end. What did she run? 5:36 early on, 17:53. Home in 11:64, 29:17 overall last week. That's Fernando Bale-like sectionals. She's well drawn in box 2, but she has got that pressure tonight, which, as I mentioned earlier, is a little bit of a concern for me, Liz, but she's got an undeniable chance.
She does, and I just hope that she gets a clear run, because on nights like this, you want to see the best dogs performing to the best of their capabilities with a clear run. I loved her performance last week. I know that you had her on top last week as well. I think 29:17 was absolutely outstanding. I'm just hoping not too much pressure for her going into that first bend.
Yeah, I guess what's my biggest query, pretty lightly raced. I think 14 race starts. We know she went through the Megastar Series. some of her better performances have come from wider draws. And Batley, you've already mentioned it's hard inside, right, with speed coming down across.
Yeah, and she's not a big hulking bitch. She's only around the 28 kilos, and she's got a couple of big boys drawn in 3 and 4 directly on her right. They won't give her an inch early, so she hasn't really had that big race pressure. When I've gone back and had a look at her replays, when she has had inside draws, she's actually been able to get plenty of fresh air. So she's never really been put under real pressure. She's going to get it tonight, but she has got the speed to hold a line. If she does at the first turn, well, 29.17, as Steve's alluded to in that interview, when you're running those times in front, it's mathematically impossible to run you down. And the only greyhound who could run her down running those times is Power and Glory, but he would have to be parked right on her hammer on the top corner to run her down.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Race 8. It's the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase, the 8th ever winner. Gee, it's a good race, and we can't wait to get forward to that later on. Race number 5 is next on the program as we continue to work our way through this wonderful card. Jared, let's get a market update for the Masters Meteor.
Masters Meteor find a little bit more of an open betting race here if the Ladbrokes market is to be believed, at least. Simon, Mapunga Smoky is holding your top line of betting, but has been adrift, $2.15 out to $2.50 on race night. There's been at least a sprinkling of interest for most of these greyhounds, to be honest. Calypso Rogue occupying your second line, $4.60 into $4. $4.80 rock solid Father Rick. Was actually a $6 chance only a few moments ago, so maybe a little bit of late interest there for Father Rick. And Aston Luciano is actually a Ladbrokes market mover as well, $13 into $6.50 now. So a pretty good push for a few of the greyhounds in the market here ahead of race number 5 at Wentworth Park. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
And we'll take a look at the speed map here, noting as well that Shake It Off does come out of box 2. So the 3 Mapunga Smoky should get quite a clear run here. 4 in Zadie Bale. 8 Calypso Rogue is my on top selection here, and also has quite a bit of pace from out wide.
This is how good I'm going. I think I tipped the 2 earlier in the week on radio. It's a late scratching, so adjust your bet. Shake It Off is out. It was about a $6 chance, and in the last 10 minutes has been a late scratching from the Masters Meteor, so only the 7 will go around. Hey, Father Rick, guys, has been an absolute marvel. This dog isn't just a master. He's almost 6 years of age, and Sharon Webster has joined Mick Cowley.
I'm with Sharon Webster before the Masters Meteor. Hello. Congratulations on getting this far. He just doesn't surprise anyone, does he?
No, he certainly doesn't. He doesn't surprise us.
Do you guys ever think he's still going? You just can't stop him.
No, he'll tell us when he wants to stop. He'll let us know when he wants to stop racing, and so yeah.
Performance in the heat last week was pretty handy. Just kept coming, kept fighting. Looked as though on the home turn he was a good chance to win. Other one was just a bit too good, but it's impressive.
Was way too good, yeah. The 3 was way too good. He was, but we were actually very surprised that he was able to get as close as he did. I think it was 6 lengths or something he was beaten by. But I mean, for an almost 6-year-old dog, it's not too bad, is it?
That's the incredible thing. As you said, he'll tell you when he's ready to stop racing, and at the moment he's saying that he wants to keep racing.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Are you ever amazed by some of the things he does, the fact that he's still going at 6?
We are amazed, but he's a very fit and healthy dog. It's physically nothing wrong with him. He just wants to race, he wants to walk, he wants to trial, he's just happy to do all the things that involves in racing, so as long as he wants to do that, we'll allow him to do it.
Box 1 tonight, you'd hope he'd posse up.
No, I'm not happy with box 1. He doesn't like box 1. Look, if he's able to get out well and he's not crowded, then I think I'd give him a big hope of coming a place. I don't think he'll win the race, but I'm hoping he'll come a place. And that's all we can ask from him.
Absolutely. Good luck tonight. Congratulations, and long may Rick keep going.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Sharon Webster. There you go. If you liked him, Sharon doesn't think he can win. $5 at the moment for Father Rick. Interesting looking back at the history of this race just in the last couple of years. Michelle Sultana won it with Adhana Rico last year. 2023, Fernando Hunter and Brendan Avdallah. He's going for the 3-peat with Aston Luciano here tonight. And just a reminder for those wondering, what does Masters Meteor mean? Dogs over the age of 4 only allowed to race in this race is what we love about our sport, prolonging the racing careers of these beautiful animals. He's a great-looking dog. Let's talk a bit more about him. Sharon and Ray Webster, Father Rick, nearly $350K in prize money.
Yeah, remarkable old greyhound. He's a prolific winner, 38-time winner. He's won 15 races around here. Look, I don't like him drawn box number 1. He's had 11 goes from the inside alley for only 2 victories. He does want to shift up the track. Look, I think he can get into the minor money, but I think he's a risk from the Cherry.
I'll tell you what, the 2 coming out does help him a little bit, but there's a speed demon in 3, Mapunga Smoky. Battler, tell us a bit more about the dog who was Jeff Britton trained in Victoria, has come up and joined Al Proctor, Al the punter's pal, and it's been breathtaking here in New South Wales.
Yeah, trial 29.45 here a few weeks ago and then backed it up in the heat running 29.58. Got the start right on that occasion, hit the accelerator after balancing up and then really just put rivals away in a twinkling of an eye. Clearly the one to beat, but getting into a very short quote at the moment.
Funny you say that. 215 earlier today, even with the scratching, has drifted out. 250. Is that a price you want to get involved in?
But now coming back into 240, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does trim in further than that.
Okay. The 4, Zadie Bale, another for Ike McCorkindale, and he said last week after the win she's been set for this race for a while.
She's a grand old campaigner. She's having her 111th start tonight. She's had 24 wins on the board already. Look, she won her heat last time out off box 3. That was in 29.89. She's got a personal best of 29.17. It's not like that was a long time ago. That was back in May this year, and it was also off box 4. She hadn't raced for 3 weeks prior to her most recent run. I'd expect a bit of improvement from her tonight.
7 out to 8 just in the last minute for the 4, Zadie Bale. The 5, John for Wayne Dargan. This guy might be the most beautiful trainer in the sport. Honest. Have you seen him, Battler?
Who?
Wayne Dargan, the trainer. He's a good-looking man. Just an aside.
This broadcast has taken a turn.
Yeah, this is what we need in the sports. People that'll get different people involved. Everyone's looking at me funny. He's just a good-looking guy. I can admire another man.
Okay.
What about his dog?
I don't really know where to go.
There he is.
Anyway, yeah, he's a handsome dude.
Can we get a zoom in on him, maybe?
He's got a chin. He's like Ron Duran.
Oh, there we go.
That big,
Yeah,
strong.
just on
Look at
cue.
him.
This
He's
is terrific.
beautiful.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this greyhound's won 9 races. Run a stack of minors, going around at about 100 to 1. Look, could get into the minor money.
Would need a miracle, right? Is that fair?
Basically, but you know, by the way you're talking, Wayne Dargan can pull off miracles.
he could part the seas, mate. He's a good fella as well. Hey, the 6, George Taro for Dan Foley. Led for a while in the heats, Liz, but box 6, who knows?
Yeah, first split of 5.51 last time, and to be fair, Zadie Bale did run past him pretty easily in the end. He wasn't super strong late. Box 6, I think his best hope is to jump tonight. The vast majority of his racing has been at Dubbo. His placing last week was actually the quickest that he's been here at Wentworth Park in 30.13. I found it tough to find a place for him tonight off the draw.
There's been a little bit of money. Open 31 into 27. Obviously, we had the scratching. The 7, Aston Luciano. Jared, can I just get a market move for this 7 before Battler gives his thoughts?
Yeah, really, really good push, Simon. $13, and on race night, 8's into $6.50 now, so plenty of interest for Aston Luciano.
Geez, I think they went up a wrong price, $13. This guy's got a great chance. He's got a bit of speed, he's got a bit of strength as well. He's fitter for 2 runs back from a fairly long break since March. Was really good here when finishing 3rd behind Mapunga Smoky last week. Will be better for that run. Great value chance.
Didn't get a stack of luck in that run last week as well. Important to note, the kennel don't mind a bet, right, when they think they've got one capable of winning, and they've won a bunch of big races. That's Michelle Sultana, Aston Luciano. They've won the last 2 Masters Meteor, and I know, speaking to Michelle about a month ago, she thought this dog, Aston Luciano, could win again tonight. And the 8, Calypso Rogue, second favourite at the moment, Liz, 420 with laddies.
I've got him on top. I think he's a really good chance. He's won his last 3 races in a row. He comes into this race in terrific form. I thought he was outstanding in his heat last Thursday night. He drew box 5. He's won it in 29.70. First section of 5.50. Hard to know exactly where he's going to land, but I think on that performance he's a big chance. Hopefully off the 8 he can stay out of trouble. It's his mid-race burn that I really like about this dog.
Yeah, he's won 3 straight, as you say, and he was a former Group 1 finalist here at Wentworth Park. They're from up my way in the Hunter Valley. Henry Norman, or Harry as he's known. Maybe they can get up here. Battler's banker and Liz's lock.
I like Calypso Rogue from box 8. good beginner, high speed, will be charging across looking for the lead, shooting for 4 on the trot, stripped fitter for his latest run over the 500 metres, so will strengthen up. Great chance.
I love it when we're in sync. I've also gone with Calypso Rogue on top here, similar reasons that you've outlined. I think he should actually get a really good opportunity here off the 8, and look, based off that last start performance, I think he's a huge winning hope.
Do we have a market mover?
It's Aston Luciano. They have been spec'd pretty much the entire way down the order here, Simon, but it's definitely Aston Luciano, 13s into 650.
Battler, you mentioned Mapunga Smokey back in from 240 to 220. Too short still in your opinion?
Look, I think he's a much better chance now with the late scratching of number 2, Shake It Off. I thought he was a major risk with that greyhound of the race. He has got a much better chance now. However, I still think he's rock bottom odds. My plays in the race, 8 and 7 here. I think it's a great value betting race.
Yeah, you're spot on. The 8, 420 at the moment, open 460. Got into as short as 390 with Ladbrokes. Calypso Rogue, as I mentioned, was a Group 1 finalist here in the Vic Peters a couple of years ago. And that's the beauty of this race. Over the age of 4, continuing to deliver for connections and lines up in a Masters Meteor final. The winner will take home $50,000. The last couple have been won by Michelle Sultana. Can she do it again with Aston Luciano from box 7? Let's throw you up to Russell Veach to find out.
Past starting time at moving over here. Moving over. The $50,000 Masters Meteor final. The Victorian for Jeff Britton and trainer Al Proctor is the favourite. Thank you, Dave. $50,000 Masters Meteor. Field of 7, late scratching, Shake It Off number 2. Almost in for the quaddie first thing, and what a quaddie it is tonight. Just about set. Dominic puts the green light on. 220 about Mapunga Smokey. The white rug, they're set. Ready. And racing, you begin okay in 3, fast away, Father at the inside, trying to ball through it. Calypso Road comes over to join that duo. Then came Zadie Bar getting up on the rail, followed by George Taro, Aston Luciano, and Joe John sees them all. It's the Victorian Mapunga Smokey up by 2. Calypso Rogue is right on its heels, 4 lengths to Zadie Bar running on, then Father Rick on the home corner. Mapunga Smokey's out by 2 or 3, he'll be strong. In fact, he's stretching hard, and he wins. Mapunga Smokey, the Masters Meteor, beat Calypso Rogue and Sadie Bale, followed by Father Rick, who finished in 4. Behind them, Aston Luciano, Joe John beat 1 home, and that was George Taro.
Mapunga Smokey delivers for Jeff Britton, and we said it. Al Proctor, the punter's pal. That's a dominant win in the end. The time, 29.66. Pretty even run to the first turn with dogs stretched across the track. Calypso Rogue, guys, your tip had its chance. It's a pretty good win. That's been a really good performance there by Mapunga Smokey. Jeffrey Britton comes to town and gets the win. Congratulations to Connections there. That's been a good, strong performance. We see another fast time here. These dogs over the age of 4 are showing no signs of slowing down. It's a great concept, $50,000 to the winner. Yeah, spot on. Did you think you were a chance up the back, Battler?
No, I didn't. I didn't think they could run the winner down because he is strong. And when he was able to hold the lead, I will say he was definitely aided by the late scratching of Greyhound 2 because it got really tight in the drive to the first turn. And Shake It Off normally begins well and does want to go right early on. So he had 2 wider runners drawn on his inside. He didn't nail the jump and he didn't have fresh air early, but he was right there to be able to just hold his line and get the top through that first corner. But all honours to Mapunga Smokey. That's been a tidy performance.
Yeah, spot on. Great snatch and grab job for the Britton camp. Al Proctor's with Mick Cowley.
I am with Al Proctor. Congratulations, mate. A snatch and grab, Simon just called it, but it's been a pretty handy preparation with you, hasn't it?
Yeah, mate, he's just a great dog. He's done well. He's a fast dog. And just got to thank Ansel and Jeff Britton for letting me train the dog while he was up here.
Hey, have you done much between heat and final?
No, I just gave him a couple of slips up my straight, free gallop. I didn't show him the stirrup. He's just such a stirred-up dog. He's just a great chaser, great athlete.
Mate, that was the thing. He didn't ping, but he was still up there and pushed through on this first turn to get the lead.
He's that keen. He'll push through anything, and he's strong, and he'll just keep chasing.
It's hard to believe he's still a Masters dog, though, isn't it?
Yeah. He's just turned 4, so there's a few more masters in front of him, I think.
What's the plan? Is he going back to Jeff now, or are you going to stay up here?
I'd say he'd be going back to Jeff, yeah. I haven't spoken to Jeff, I'll speak to him later on, but I'd say he'd be going home, yeah.
You've done your job, 2 starts, 2 wins.
Yeah, he's just a great dog. Not me, it's a dog.
Congratulations, mate. Go enjoy it.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Really, really good win for Mapunga Smoky, a dog that's been a multiple Group 1 finalist. I don't think it's picked up a Group 1 in its career, but has been thereabouts in some of the biggest races, and now gets another big win here tonight. Takes the career earnings to $330,000. The litter have won just a shade under 600k. 25 wins for that dog. That was a really impressive performance.
Sure was, Simon, and it will be interesting whether he does head back home now to the team, but certainly would be able to knock off plenty of Masters races up here if he does stay. But as we saw around that first turn, he just held his line. He was able to hold the top. Calypso Rogue made good ground mid-race and then just checked off the leader coming to the home corner. But he wouldn't have been able to run him down anyway at the end, Liz, because he's strong, and you can see Mapunga Smoky really knuckling down there.
Absolutely. When you found the front there, and as you say, with Shake It Off being out of the race, who does like to step right early out of the boxes, you can see in the replay here has got a nice clear run. Calypso Rogue to his outside. Then as well, the ones in behind have also gone good races here. We see the 480 Bale and also the one Father Rick. It's ended up being 3, 8, 4 and 1, the numbers here in the Masters Meteor final.
Yeah, congratulations to the Britain camp if they're watching on thedogs.com.au or across Ladbrokes or several other platforms tonight as we bring you the coverage of the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase. It's country theme here at Wentworth Park. Yeah! We're having fun. Great camera work as well from the team out in the truck. We've no expense spared tonight, Battler. We've got cameras everywhere. Cameras in the boxes, on top of the boxes, in the air, in front of us. Here we go, the drone as well. You talked about this squeeze. You're spot on, mate. Shake It Off would have caused problems, I reckon, for the winner.
Yeah, sure would have, but that's racing. It was a late scratching, and Mapunga Smoky has just been able to take advantage of that with that little bit of extra room without a greyhound coming up underneath it. As you can see just there, that's where Calypso Road just ran up the back of Mapunga Smoky, but it wouldn't have mattered.
I'll tell you what, the drone shot, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I think this was a moment for you. Hector Fawley, was it? The drone shot in the sand groper?
Yeah.
It's a great angle that we don't get to see enough of. Maybe it's something we can... I don't know how much it costs, and I don't know if
I think that's quite a bit.
You might be taking a pay cut to be able to put a drone up for every race winning.
Just the big ones, just the big features.
I think that's the key, honestly. You spoke to it before, Simon. The sand groper is where we saw it that first time, and that was spectacular. Hector Fawley, watching that gap open up and him go through the middle of the field,
year, right?
It really is, yeah, absolutely. It really is a perspective that we don't often see, and probably best on ground tonight has been this drone pilot, because it is blowing an absolute gale up here.
A second to this woman who's just she hasn't stopped. She's been working harder than us. So we've seen the whips, we've seen the fire on the end of the string, and now there's some sort of nunchuck option out there, and gee whiz, everything's happening here on track. I tell you what, let's have a look behind us at this crowd that's starting to build. The roar is getting louder.
That was a roar.
There was a roar. And maybe because the punters are starting to back some winners as well. I think we had Zipping Arkle at, a $26 chance. Apart from that, we've had some favourites go pretty well tonight. Kenya Sapphire's another dog heading towards the big one later on. She's going to draw box 4. And I did a yarn this week on Jace Battler on the fact that he's been in big races in the last 18 months and he hasn't quite picked one off. He ran second in the chase last year. It feels like all the country cups, he's had a leader out in front. He's just got mowed down by a better dog. What chance do you give this girl?
Look, I don't think she's without a chance. She's at a big price. She's double figures. Look, coming into the series, you didn't probably think she was up to the elite class to take out the race, but she has got those great traits of being a good beginner, and she's got high speed. So if she is able to run to the top of the first turn and cross 2 and 3, well, she's there to win the race.
You mentioned double figures, Battler. Can you give us a price, Jared?
Yeah, has been sitting at double figures since the box draw, Simon. Did get out to $14 and is back into 11s on race night. So there's certainly some interest for this chaser.
Yeah, spot on for a greyhound that's going to go forward, can run that 5:40 first section. Let's hear from Jason Magri. He caught up with Mick Cowley.
Jason Magri, you've been here before on $1 Million Chase Night with runners in the final. Any different this year, mate?
Nah, no different. Same routine, just keep it easy and simple and just hope for the best on the night.
Now, how's Kenya Sapphire been this week?
Yeah, trained on well all week. She's had a great week and she's feeling good tonight. She's kicking her legs, so she's 100%.
A race like this, you came terribly close last year. It'd be nice to go one better, but do you think about how close you were, or you just got to put that in the back of your mind?
Well, that race is done and dusted. That was last year, so we just got to worry about this year and this dog here. And the two different dogs, she's a front runner, so she needs to lead to win. So we're just hoping she can come out good.
Mate, that's the key, and there's a few in the race that are going to be charging to that first turn. How have you played it out in your mind?
Yeah, it's probably the 2, 3 and 4 look like the likely leaders, so whoever comes out the best, hoping to cross them, but it's going to be very hard. Like, she has to come out real good. And then if you get in front, you just got to hope you don't get the best dog behind her, so just hope. It's all hope.
Mate, that's the thing. You get around the turn in front, you're looking straight away to see Power and Glory where it is.
Yeah, either Power and Glory or Tom's dog. Yeah, they're both good dogs, so I rate the 6 a good dog too. His run was very good last week.
Buddy, best of luck tonight. Hopefully you can go one better.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Jace Magri there, hoping to go one better than 2024 when Tipping Megatron was the runner-up. Liz, if Ariza Sparkles or my boy Bingo hesitate, she's definitely going to lead the race. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. I thought that was a terrific performance and off the ballot last week. I've already said tonight box speed is gold. Now that she's in the final, if she comes out running, she's got to be a winning chance, I think.
Yeah, you're spot on. Double figures for Kenya Sapphire, greyhound that's already been in a couple of feature finals this year. We just saw the running of the Masters Meteor final. Mapunga Smokey took it out. Let's go trackside and hear from Glenn Munsey for the presentation.
To Sash, our winner, Mapunga Smokey, trained by Jeff Britton. Come on, Jeff, see how you are sashing our winner here. A beautiful rug there to our winner of the Masters Meteor final. Our runner-up, trained by Henry Norman, was Calypso Rogue. Nick Santucci, the Greyhound Racing New South Wales Chief Operations Officer, will sash our runner-up, which is this side. And who will sash our third place getter, which was Zadie Bale. Nick to do the honours again, trained by Ike McCorkingdale. Congratulations to Zadie Bale. Congratulations to all of our placings here in the Masters Meteor.
There we go, the presentation for the Masters Meteor final. Not only a deserved winner, a nice rug, but 50k as well, which is pretty good for coming up here for a Masters race. Well done to the Britton camp and Al Proctor, one of the nice guys in the business. Hey, race number 6. It's only 5 minutes away. It's the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Consolation. This is a heck of a race. Every year it feels like there's some unlucky runners who don't get through to the big dance. And have a look there. Box number 2, Cumbria Jack. Jared, much support during the week?
Yeah, you could say that, Simon. In fact, the best backed chaser on the entire program tonight has been Cumbria Jack. One of the standout races of the night. The Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Consolation, always, isn't it? No surprises here. Cumbria Jack, he was the early favourite to win the whole thing. He was a $4 chance right up until he missed the final. $1.40 and accounts for about 80% of the Ladbrokes hold in this Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Consolation. So a very, very well-backed favourite there coming out of box number 2. Both Bowers aces certainly had admirers. Is an $8 chance on your second line. $9 each, Poor Oswald and Speedy Pie, and double figures about the rest of them. It is all about Cumbria Jack coming out of box number 2. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the website.
And we'll take a look at the speed back here for the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Consolation final coast rig. Drawn to be on the pace. Speedy Pie, I thought, showed a lot of excellent pace last week, as we also see with Jason Magri's Kenya Sapphire, who lines up in the big dance. But Cumbria Jack, very, very hard to beat. I said that last week, and hopefully I've got it right this week.
Well, if it's any consolation for these dogs, Power and Glory ran in this race last year and ran second. 12 months later, he's in the big dance. So maybe we'll see some of those names in 12 months' time. Let's get through the field. The one, both Bowers ace for Mini Finn. How do you knock this bloke, Battler?
Well, you can't, Simon. He's won 29 races and he's run 58 minor placings. Look, he can be very hard to catch despite winning the 29 races. But look, he's drawn box one. He'll just park behind the genuine speed runners. He'll keep coming. He's a greyhound who, if I was looking to play this race, I'd be looking to play him to run a place only. He's currently around the $1.90 mark to run a hole.
Yeah, spot on. The two, Cumbria Jack, we've heard a lot about him. Is he the best dog in the country, Liz? And is it a matter of he's just going to win?
I think it is a matter of he's just going to win. I do echo Tim's thoughts on both Bowser, so I've definitely got him in for second here. But look, Cumbria Jack, when we look back at his performance last week in the straight, it was should he go inside, should he go outside? I know that Stephen Fitch was a bit devastated afterwards, but they're dogs, they're not machines. And, you know, that is racing. If we go back 2 starts, he's gone the joint track record here in 29.04. I think he's definitely the one to beat.
Geez, it was a hard watch. If you had backed him, you're thinking, what is he going to do? Is he going to go inside, outside?
You can almost see him thinking about it.
Yeah, just do the right thing. Just hook to the outside, you'll just win. It was a difficult watch, but he is an absolute weapon, as we saw here when he ran or equal track record. He just needs an even share of luck here.
$1.35 now with Ladbrokes. The 3 Coast Rig, I've already mentioned her tonight. She's had a really good year.
Yeah, she's been well travelled and well done to Trish Shaker. She's not afraid to do a bit of travelling with this little girl. She's a reliable beginner, good turner speed. If she can cross here at the first turn, and if Cumbria Jack finds a little bit of trouble, she can certainly pinch it at a big price.
The 4, Poor Oswald, I was filthy because I tipped him to win the whole thing at the start. Last week I thought he was really unlucky. Do you think he can run a race at $9.50?
I agree he was unlucky as well. I think he's unlucky not to be racing for $1 million. He drew box 8 last week, and look, it was just some jostling at crucial stages up the straight, which really put pay to his starters. Pays to his chances. He's the winner of the Group 1 National Derby final that was back in January. He's been 29.57 here recently. He's so strong, and he's drawn in closer tonight, which I think is the key for him.
And a nibble, $9. I tell you what, for a dog that's won a Group 1 here, $9. That is juicy. Intrepid Bale, Bidgie Cup winner for the Grenfell Kennel.
Yeah, I was at Wentworth that night. It was a tremendous win. He's really, really strong. He's been mixing his distances in recent times, been up over the 600 and now back to the 500 metres. Actually got to the 700 metres there at one stage. Look, he's a greyhound with limited early pace, but he's really strong. You've got to throw him into the wider exotics.
Speaking of dogs mixing their distances, Zigzag Man for Sid Swain was a eye-catching run late last week, Liz, but was still a long way off.
Yeah, look, unluckily for him, he was up against Power and Glory in the semi last week, but I thought he went a really good race. He went 29.44, beaten 3 lengths. As you say, you know, dogs who mix their distances, he's strong. He's gone over 700 metres and he's a hope.
I've got to say here, Liz, this bloke is absolutely airborne. I've gone back and had a look at all of his 4, 5, 6 last runs. Geez, if he gets a fraction of luck here and Cumbria Jack, you know, is in a little bit of trouble, he could storm right over the top. He was $23 earlier in the day, I think, at one point. He's trimmed down now to $17 with Ladbrokes. He just needs a little bit of luck. There's not too many greyhounds in New South Wales going better than this one.
Big call, love it. The 7 Tall Major for Rowie, $35, getting to be a big price, but a dog that's got potential and ability.
Yeah, he won the last race at Dapto a few weeks ago for Andrew Rowe. Look, he's racing really well. He's really consistent. He has got a turn of speed. He'll roll forward, and he hasn't got a great deal of pace drawn directly underneath him here, which will play to his strengths with that early speed. Look, I don't think he's got the class to win the race. He could sneak into a minor position.
Tell you what, Speedy Pie at $13, no pace in 7, no pace in 6, maybe no pace in 5. Liz, where does she end up?
I think she potentially leads us. It was a really quick first section of 5:31 first split last time. She flew to the lead, and I thought she was home for all money, but it was Dacey's Rory who stormed home to beat her last week and cost her lining up in the big race tonight. She's got great early pace, and I think she's another each-way chance. And outside of Cumbria Jack, I think it's potentially quite an open race.
Yeah, a couple of really good form references to watch. You mentioned Speedy Pie with Dacey's Rory, Poor Oswald as well in his semi-final. Battler's banker, Liz's lock.
Yeah, no surprises here from me. Cumbria Jack, arguably the best greyhound in the country, equal track record here 2 runs ago. Desperately unlucky not to be lining up in the big one tonight.
I've gone with Cumbria Jack as well, as Tim said, you know, joint track record holder here at Wentworth Park. That was only 2 starts ago. I think he's the one to beat.
Poor Oswald for me each way all day. Jared, you got a special multi for the console.
Going to have a same race multi here, Simon. Yeah, great opportunity to, when in a race like this one, we've got such a short price favourite. A good way to pump up your odds is to have the favourite as the winner and then pump them up with something else. I thought Zigzag Man running into a top 3 position here represented real value, and we're getting about $5 for that same race multi, so that's terrific.
Did you bring your own graphic as well, mate?
I did not.
Okay, nice. If you're looking for it, go to the app, SRM. That's the same race multi. If you've never done it before, Cumbria Jack to win, Zigzag Man to run top 3. Battler like Zigzag Man as well, reckons he's absolutely airborne. Both of our experts are with Cumbria Jack, $1.30, gee whiz. It's really skinny, but as we've mentioned before, he might be the best dog in the country. Group 1 National Sprint Champion, joint track record holder here at Wentworth Park, and the arrow is firmly facing up for Cumbria Jack. Let's see what he can do. Race 6, the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Consolation. Last year it was won by Miss Envy. Let's see who the champ is in 2025. Over to Russell Veach.
Holly King about to place in both Bowers Ace, who celebrates his half-century of race starts here at this Harbour City track. For an amazing dog, he's been both Bowers Ace for many Fed. He's a $10 hope here in the Consolation. Can Cumbria Jack get a consolation after being a tragedy beaten in the semi-finals? He's $1.30 for Stephen Fitch. Green light is on. Consolation to the $1 Million Chase. Favoured in 2, and they're ready. And racing, Cumbria Jack is midfield away. Up fast, poor Oswald and Speedy Pie's launching away. And then came Cumbria Jack, who clipped heels, got to the outside, followed behind them. Speedy Pie, then came Intrepid Vale, getting a long way back is Zigzag Man, Tour Major and Coast Rig. Off the back, and Speedy Pie's being attacked, and Cumbria Jack goes after poor Oswald, who's just in front of the home corner. Poor Oswald, Cumbria Jack, coming home down the outside, both Bowers Ace. Good finish, Cumbria Jack's been clear, and just got home, I think. He fell into big Zigzag Man is absolutely launched late off the runway. Then came poor Oswald, both Bowers Ace and Intrepid Vale, getting a long way back to Old Major. And Coast Rig in the time, 29.71. He's gripped on Cumbria Jack. What about the runners?
Wow, what a race. Race of the year, maybe. Cumbria Jack, Zigzag Man, poor Oswald. I had no idea where to look. But Cumbria Jack, the rising star, maybe we can say superstar. That's a heck of a performance.
100%. That was a real dog race. Coming off the top turn, you didn't know where to look. He moved up 3 deep. Zigzag Man was back on the inside. The runs were about to present. Poor Oswald, who was strong, he was there. That was a real race and a half, Liz.
That was outstanding. Cumbria Jack, he's got to be good tonight. These are outstanding greyhounds that he's beaten home in the Consolation final. Look, we could see Zigzag Man. All of us could see him starting to come there in the straight, and he's just held on the line, Cumbria Jack.
These are going to be some really good replays, I reckon. Final price for Cumbria Jack, J-Bone?
$1.35 in the same race multi. Lobs, how good.
Congratulations to you, mate. 1 from 1. Have a look at that beautiful dog. Wow. Wouldn't you like to own him? Mick Cowley, I reckon, is with Steve Fitch. Let's hear what he has to say.
Mate, it's a very relieved looking Steve Fitch. That was a ride, wasn't it?
That was a rough old ride, mate. Yeah, that was. I thought he was cruising up at the back, and then they all come from everywhere and knocked him everywhere. And here at the and he just chases his ring off, and he stuck his head out on the line.
And I guess that's the thing with this dog, and we've spoken about it previously. He can run 29.04, but he can also get through a field when he has to.
Yeah, and there's fast dogs and there's race dogs, and he's a bit of both.
Mate, you look at a race like that and that performance, that actually would rate close to that 29.04, considering everything.
Yeah, the times, who cares about the time? Yeah, that was a really, really hard race. And yeah, he just had to work and hard the whole way, and he got his head there on the line, and City's dog's coming at him, and it's as strong as an ox. So, yeah, I'm just wrapped.
Mate, do you look at it as what might have been, or you can't even bother?
Sorry?
Do you look at what might have been, or you just can't bother?
It's racing, you just got to move on and bite the bullet. You know, he didn't get through. And you know, that's probably one of our biggest wins ever as well. So we're thrilled with that.
That's the first leg of that $10 all up you spoke about, too.
Sorry.
It's the first leg of that $10 all up you spoke.
Yeah, I've got a $10 multi going. Yeah. And you get a
Good luck in the main race.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Steve Fitch there with Mick Cowley. I tell you what, for $1.35, that was a hell of a ride. Honestly, I haven't seen you this excited for a while, Battler. Liz, you were out of your seat. J-Bone was thumping and stomping around with the same race multi-landing. That's what it's all about, right? That's why we watch this great sport.
Well, you could tell it was developing into one race, a race and a half coming off the back, because he had to do all the work. He had to hook 3 deep. Speedy Pie charged over here, and he just couldn't. You thought it was going to get the fly, then had to work hard to find the lead. But now when he's back in third, he hooked to the outside, but then he had to go 3 deep. The blue punched up, and at that point when Paul Oswald went through, he's strong. So he's no easy feat to run down, and then you can see Zigzag Man getting through. So, yeah, just developed into one heck of a race.
Didn't it what? It's a sort of race, you're looking at the front to see, all right, is Paul Oswald going to fight him off? Here comes Jack, and then Zigzag Man. Let's keep your eyes here. So you're looking at blue rug, stripes in behind, and then the green rug, which we can't see at the moment. This is Sniper Cam. So this is a big move, right? And this is why the win is really good. As you say, hooks around, has to work around the tiring runner in Speedy Pie. And you can see Zigzag now starting to punch his way up on the fence. From here, I thought poor Oswald might have had a bit more to give, but the two stronger dogs came to the fore.
I thought that as well. I feel like Cumbria Jack's almost learned from last week. He's decided to pick the outside and he's hooked around. He's chosen the right path. The Zigzag Man and Trains, that I've got to say, that dog jumped last. That was a mighty performance to get up and nearly grab it on the line.
Yeah, great stuff. We'll come back to that a little bit later on. We've got the $1 million challenge with our man Glenn Munsey from Ladbrokes down trackside. They're kicking for a car. Let's go trackside.
Daniel Kandani. Oh, he's just pierced the ball on the pigeon spikes. Meredith, up you come. Now, I'm a punting man, Meredith. I'm probably willing to bet you're probably not an odds-on chance to get this in the back of the ute.
I don't think so.
No, but stranger things have happened. Righto, step up there towards where Russell is. Here we go, here's Meredith. Tell you what, Meredith, that was like kissing your sister. There was nothing in it. Righto, next up, Lachlan, where are you? Right, you've walked straight off the set of Peaky Blinders. How you been?
Amazing.
Amazing. No, up here. Right, now you've got the, where are you come straight out of a mine?
Straight from Melbourne.
Straight from Melbourne. Oh, here we go. Oh, look at this. No, up you go, up you go. Now, what are you going to do here? Drop punt? Is it going to be a drop punt? Right up. Here we go. Here's Lachlan. Oh. Well, I can guarantee you Dennis Cometti wouldn't have said that was centimetre perfect. Righto. Now here he is. Now Hindy. I tell you what, he looks fitter than you when you played. Yeah. Give us a look at your bull eye. Yeah. Here we go. Here's Mohammed. Up we go. Righto, next up. Now, up you come, Olds. Now, I've been butchering your name for the last hour and a half. Tell me how to pronounce it properly.
Ollis.
Ollis?
Yeah.
Surname? Jacina. So it's Ollis. Jacina, up you come. There's the line in the ground. Best of luck to you. And remember, if you happen to snag it, we're in this together. Another left footer. Oh, well, mate. Okay. Now, our last contestant is Ari. Now, Ari, you said, I hope someone puts us in the back of the ute before it's your chance. Now,
Can I throw?
mate, you're a better chance of kicking it. Haven't you seen there's a 73-mile-an-hour wind blowing straight in your face here? Now, are you right foot or left foot?
Right.
Okay, up you go. Best of luck. Here he is, Harry. Right. That was more like a chip and chase. Well, that's it. we have another round of contestants. Listen out for your names. Billy Tanti, Luke Minari, Trent Kiner, Brent Bullock, and James Kolovos. You'll be kicking in around about an hour from now for the chance to win the Kia Tasman Ute here at Wentworth Park on Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Night.
There you go, the $1 Million Challenge. I reckon it's fairly safe to say that car ain't going anywhere except straight back to GRNSW. We'll roll it back out next year.
Company car for you, Simon.
Oh, I love it, yeah. At the moment, better than the what are the bikes? The limeys that I have to get around in the city. Buy the car, God knows where, and drive the bikes in. Look, let's defend them a bit. The wind is howling.
No, the wind dropped.
What were we 50 metres last year? How did we ever think that was going to happen? Yeah, incredible. Crazy stuff. Now, this is something we can all do.
I think this needs to pick up the pace a bit just quietly. I think even I could do that.
You reckon a pathetic showing inside, isn't it? Look at this. I mean, what is going on here?
Are we eligible? Is it, well, I'd probably need to borrow maybe someone's long pants, but like $1,000 up the groups.
Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Country theme here tonight. We should say, let's pour one out for our friend Big John, who was meant to be the ringleader of the Bucking Bull competition, but unfortunately detained and then deported.
I'm going to go home and eat a Chinese meal in solidarity tonight, let me tell you.
All right, let's straighten up because we've got some big races ahead. The Group 2 Sydney Cup final, it's 6 minutes away. And then race 8, the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase final. Let's get a market update for the Sydney Cup.
Another very popular favourite in the Sydney Cup market here, Simon, without a trace, coming out of box number 3, has just held an odds-on favouritism quote at Ladbrokes all week, but has gone $1.70 out to $1.85 on race night. There's been a bit of a push in the last few minutes for Aiden's Warrior, a $6 chance, now into 5s and onto the second line of betting as well. Firethorn is the other one that they've wanted this week, but $4.50 out to $5 on race night. A little bit of sprinkling for a couple of others in the market. Late night news, but $6.50 out to $9.50 now. It really is all about the top 2 in the market. Without a trace, $1.80 and $5 about Aiden's Warrior, your Ladbrokes market movement. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the website.
Less than 6 minutes away from the Group 2 Sydney Cup final. I'm excited about this race. I love the stays going around. In terms of the speed map, probably less important over this sort of a trip, but you've got the likes of Aiden's Warrior, Alakazam, also Firethorn as well, potentially showing early pace here.
You mentioned Firethorn. Mark Moroney trains this girl and she's been dominating up in Queensland. Hasn't quite brought that form to Wentworth Park, especially last week in the heats. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of tonight's run.
With Mark Moroney, Firethorn in the Sydney Cup. Mate, how's the week been?
Yeah, the week's been very good actually. She couldn't be any better tonight, so just need a bit of luck.
Mate, that run in the heat last week, obviously found a pretty good one in front of you, but just kept coming, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. She actually ripped the muzzle off first stride out of the boxes and just missed it fractionally, which, you know, could have made the difference. So hopefully we have a bit of good luck tonight, but no, she went quite well. We're pretty happy with her.
Mate, where do you expect she'll be from the 6th draw?
I'm hoping she'll lead. Probably got a lead to win. So, yeah, we're hoping she can lead. She shows a lot of pace most of the time. So, yeah, we're just hoping that'll happen for us.
And I guess that's the key. You want to be in front of the 3. You don't want to be chasing them.
No. No, if we're behind the 3, we can't beat it. If we're in front of him, we're a chance of beating him. Beating her, sorry.
Fingers crossed, buddy. Good luck tonight.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Mark.
Mark Moroney there with Mick Cowley. That was an interesting story with the muzzle during the week. We found that out. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight. Let's work our way through the field. The one, Aiden's Warrior for Jody and Andy Lord, seems to be getting better with each and every staying run. Battler?
Totally agree, Simon. Getting fitter and fitter. 4th up the 720 metres tonight. Perfectly drawn box number 1. We'll get every chance to drive through and settle right on the speed. It was a really good run after bombing the jump last week in the heat, finishing 3rd. I think he's got a tremendous chance and can topple the favourite.
All right, big call there. I like that. $5 and has been the subject of market support. The 2 comes out in Sirabachi, Liz, and the 9, Alakazam, gets a run and should improve off last week's effort.
Yeah, you'd imagine that he would. He's one of the outsiders of the field. Something that is in his favour, he does usually have really good box speed. He was headed early by I'm Sally last week when he had some support off box 3. He was starting to lose a little bit of ground late after checking slightly off heels a little bit early in the race. Off last week's performance, I'm struggling a wee bit to have him in the mix.
The favourite without a trace, $1.80. We were amazed with the effort last week. Battler, what did you think?
Yeah, staggering performance. 41.35 leading all of the way. Clock 15.98, that opening fraction, breaking 16 for that shorter trip over to the winning post from the 700 metre boxes. Look, can only improve, you would think, but then, geez, can you run much quicker than what she did last week? Clearly the one to beat.
Yeah, there she is. Beautiful looking animal as well. The 4's Ginny's Run. Write your own ticket.
Yeah, paying about $100 or so here. $126 is Ginny's Run. She scrapped into the final after finishing 4th in her head and behind without a trace. Was actually a Group 1 Peter Mossman Opal finalist back in July, but I think she's going to be up against it tonight.
There were the dogs' tips without a trace. Derry from box 5, Glenstar. It's not just about winning, it's also about having a dog on a night like this.
Yeah, 100% Simon has been able to make the race. Just battled away when finishing 4th behind I'm Sally here last week. Is $101 and is $101 for a reason. I don't think can win the race.
Firethorn in box 6, at her best, she could easily win this race. What did you make of the heat performance, Liz?
Yeah, look, I absolutely agree with you. I think last week the surprise factor was that she didn't lead. We heard from Mark Moroney before that her best chance probably wants to see her out in front. For me, it's just a little bit hard to see her turning the tables on without a trace, but clearly in the mix.
Tell you what, 7 late night news, you're getting $9. That's a big, big price for probably the proven performer in the field.
Yeah, totally agree, Simon. Gee, he's been probably the one of the best stayers in the nation for the past 18 months or so. Late night news. He's getting out to a ridiculous quote now. Look, he will need to improve a little on his latest run. He had a couple of little excuses, but gee, if he can find his best form, he's got a great record here, a quick PB, and you're getting $9 to have a little something on him. I think it's worth a bet here now at that price.
Yeah, spot on. They like him box wide as well. There he goes now. Carolyn Hughes handling tonight, so she's taken the collar and lead off Trev, and she's going to be behind the boxes. And I'm Sally for Beck Edinburgh. This was a great story last week. Beck said we tried to they went through the Association Cup, they won a heat, and then they tried to sell her, and they thought, we just love her too much, we'll hold on to her, and now she's here in a Group 2 final.
It's fantastic, and look, she did everything right last week. She's come out running. When you look at the head-on of that race, she did also want to cut reasonably hard left, so it'll be interesting to see what she does at the start here.
You can get $18 I should say with Ladbrokes for I'm Sally. So current favourite without a trace, $1.75. Let's get Liz's lock, Battler's banker, and then we'll come to you, Jared, for a multi.
I've made without a trace my best bet of the night. I think she'll be incredibly hard to beat. I spoke to Peter Prosciutto a couple of hours before race 1. They just arrived. They've driven back from Melbourne. He said that she's been brilliant during the week. All things being equal, he said she should be winning.
Without a trace, the one to beat, but I've gone for value here in Aiden's Warrior. Now, he was $7.50 when I did my tips a couple of days ago. He's trimmed right into $4.60. The punters are rallying behind him. He's 4th up at the 700 metres. He's well drawn in box number 1. I think he can punch up, and I think he can really pressure the favourite here. I think he's a great chance, but now he's really found his price into $4.60.
And he's bred to stay. The kennel have a big opinion on him. He's out of Book of Luck, who was a really good stayer as well. I want a market mover, Jared, and I know off the back of your last race success, talk about the multi.
All right, well, Aiden's Warrior, I think, is a danger to Without a Trace. It was a clear top pick as well. So we've gone Without a Trace top 2, Aiden's Warrior top 3, and then Firethorn in there on Class for top 4. And we're getting around that $4 mark for the same race multi here in the Sydney Cup final. Our market mover, though, Aiden's Warrior, $7.50 into $4.60.
Yeah, you're spot on. That price is trimming up as we speak. All the dogs you've mentioned in that same race multi getting market support. Still can't believe late night news at the big price, although starting to come back in just a little, 9 into 8. But it looks like, without a trace, the potential superstar is going to start a red-hot favourite for the Group 2 Sydney Cup. $1.80 for Pete Prosciutto. He won the National Futurity here a few years ago. He quinnellaed the race. Let's see if he can have another memorable night here at Wentworth Park. Over to Russell Beach.
Greyhounds getting set now for the Sydney Cup final. Green light is on. Lure rolls up to the box as a Group 2. They're set, ready, and racing, and out fast, was without a trace. She's going to lead again tonight. She carves over to the first corner, and she's out in front of Maiden's Warrior, getting into second placing now. And then came behind them Ginny's Run. There's nice and prominent Fire Thorn midfield. Then came Late Night News, followed by Alakazam. And then Derry and I'm Sally is last of all. It's without a trace, leading as they dart down the back from Aiden's Warrior. 5 lengths away, Late Night News running on. Then Ginny's Run, followed by Fire Thorn, Alakazam. And then Derry and I'm Sally coming off the back without a trace. Aiden's Warrior's not going away. He's a couple of lengths in the stern though, without a trace. Oh, she's going great guns. The Victoria wins the Sydney Cup final by 4.5 lengths. Aiden's Warrior got second. Late Night News into third. They gap the others. A long way back in the race came I'm Sally, Fire Thorn, Derry. Back behind them, Alakazam in 41.37.
Pistol Pete does it again. She's a really good race dog. She's only had the 21 starts, 12 wins. Now she's got a Group 2 Sydney Cup title to add to the runner-up performance she had in the Group 1 national distance at the Q. And look at the time again. Sparkling, dominant, Star is Born.
Straight to the lead there once again without a trace has been way too good. Probably a certainty beaten in that Group 1 National Distance Championship as well and finishing the runner-up. She's been really, really impressive. Good runs in behind as well. I thought the Aiden's Warrior's done a really good race there in second.
Yeah, he ran a bottler in finishing runner-up, and Late Night News, he was enormous in finishing third, but all honours to without a trace. 41.35 on debut. He backed it up 41.37. You're right, Simon, a Star is Born.
And having to do the trip as well, back and forth, up and down the Hume. It's a hell of a training performance. And for a brief moment, I wondered what she had in the locker as they rounded for home, and she showed me I'm a really good stayer. I've got a big future ahead of me. Look at that, 4 lengths on the line, 3.178. So the dogs you mentioned, guys, without a trace, Aiden's Warrior were both in the frame. Late Night News gets up for third, and then I'm Sally, another good performance. Let's go to the replay. Once she jumped in front, it was going to be hard to beat her, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all over Red Raver really when she found the top. She only had to do repeat what she did last week in a 35, and she's basically done that. But geez, Aiden's Warrior, his mid-race speed, he really went out after a mid-race, and geez, he really made her work. His run was terrific. He'll be better for that run now. He's now had 4 runs over the 700 metres. There's no doubt. I think there is a big race, 700 metre race in Aiden's Warrior.
Black Book him moving forward. Pete Prosciutto's with Mick Cowley.
Mate, Pete Prosciutto, congratulations. Sydney Cup win, mate. Never in doubt, or perhaps a little bit?
A little bit in doubt. The red jumped well and was close, but she showed what she can do, and she kicked on, and she won well. She won really well.
We spoke about her last week in the heats. She's just a stack of ability, and you know, the world's her oyster, really.
Yeah, she's come a long way in a short period of time, so we'll see where she gets to in the future. But geez, she's exciting. She's exciting to have in your kennel, and it just makes the whole thing with greyhound racing and the whole sport. For us, it takes us to another level.
You've been fortunate to have a few good ones along the way. Idolise obviously stands out. This one, there's a real excitement about this one for you.
Yeah, there is. She can do it at both. She can do it over the sprint as well. People don't realise that, but she's got the ability to run, fast times over 500, 600 and 700, which is rare. So, there's only been a few dogs that I've known in my time that have been able to do that. So, and I think she's another one. So, anyway, really exciting.
What are the plans for her now?
She's got the Top Gun coming up in 3 weeks, so that'll be the next start. She pulls up well over this. She looks okay. So Top Gun at the Meadows, and then we'll plan something else after that.
We've got a few staying races up here. Association Cup, 7.15 for 250,000.
Well, she looks like she loves it here, a bit like Idolise. So she's got a little bit of an affection for the place. So we'll definitely be back with her, that's for sure.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you. Thanks, Mick.
Cheers.
Pete Prosciutto, a happy man, so he should be. She's won 4 of her last 5, and I'll tell you what, Mick Cowley mentioned the 7.15. If she jumps like that, she's certainly going to be suited to the Gardens.
Sure would be. Gee, I'd like to know Pete's strike rate here in Sydney. It'd be sensational. We're having raced Idolise up here, and there was another good bit she had at the same time. I just can't recall what her name was. And now this girl, he's got a tremendous strike rate here at Wedding.
Very exciting, puts in the hours as well. That, you know, he'd said last week without a trace is a good traveller, and she's just done a terrific job here. I said to him on the phone earlier on that I'd made her best bet of the night, and he said, "What's your tipping like?" And I said, "Well, I didn't jinx you last week, so hopefully I don't this week either."
Oh, punters will be rejoicing if they backed you as well. As I can tell you, Battler, 14 starts here at Wenty for 8 wins and 2 seconds. So there you go, absolutely airborne. Another star is born here for Pete Prosciutto. Mick Cowley said it, Idolise was brilliant. She went on to run in some really big races. I reckon maybe led a Melbourne Cup or a Phoenix for a long, long way. Without a trace, plenty ahead of her, still at the beginning of her race career. Here we go again, some more entertainment at Wentworth Park. The whip is back and now it's on fire. This is good stuff.
Health and safety? No, we're good.
It is country night here at Wentworth Park. If you just tuned in, we thank you for joining the coverage on thedogs.com.au across the Ladbrokes platforms or wherever else you might be watching. We're going international tonight, and the four of us are starting to... Are we warming up, guys? No.
Thank you for asking. Somehow, I don't know how, we're quite a way up in the stand. It's been lightly spitting for about the last hour or so, and yet it's managing to hit us. I don't know how.
Yeah, I don't know how either, but I'm having fun, so that's all that matters. We're not far away from the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Grand Final, where we're going to crown our 8th ever winner. Power and Glory has been the second favourite for the duration of the week since the box draw. He pulled the yellow for Kenny Burnett. He won the Golden Easter Egg earlier this year, and I reckon we've got an interview with him to see how Power and Glory is going.
Ken Burnett, how's the week been for Power and Glory, and for yourself particularly?
The week's been good. The dog's been very good. He's done everything right. And for me, I've just had a quiet week. I've a few sleepless nights. I've been waking up thinking about it, thinking where we're boxed and how the race is going to run. But yeah, overall it's been pretty good.
You would have been through it, as you said, in your head plenty of times. Where did you see him on that first turn then? Yeah,
well, that's the most important, isn't it? And as I've said, this dog has learnt to race, and so he's not putting himself in any danger anymore. Like he used to do it early on, but now that there's a lot of pace on the inside, so if he can just hunt with him like he normally does and sit like he does in the middle of the track, you'll see him accelerate down the back like he normally does as well. You know, he's a dead set loves to chase, this dog. He really does, and he just does it all natural. You know, that's what he does. Chase is good.
What's the comparison like leading into the Golden Easter Egg back in April compared to leading into this? Any sort of difference, or just another big race? Yeah,
this was a little bit different because we had to re-prepare him for this race. Like, we had a bad injury, and we brought him back slowly through just, you know, slow work, and then we introduced him to Bulli because we thought that was his best track at the time to try and get him to qualify. And we did that, and he qualified, and you know, he had a few unlucky starts there at Bulli. I thought he could have won both of them, but he just got knocked around a bit. But he found his feet, and he flew home like he does, you know. He come over the top of them, but so he qualified through that series, and then we come into this one, and like into Wentworth Park, which he loves this place. So I'm very fortunate. A lot of dogs don't take to Wentworth Park, and he's taken to it like a dream. Like ever since he's come here, he's just improved. So we're really excited about tonight, and as long as he gets through the first corner safely, with not too much hiccup, I'll be happy.
Kenny Burnett there with Mick Cowley. How good's the West Tigers jacket? I asked him on radio yesterday, "You going to wear that thing?" And he said, "Well, I'm superstitious." The dog has run really well when I've worn the jacket. Can you wear that on the walk to the boxes?
No, you can't.
Okay, fair enough. The West Tigers have had no luck, but this bloke, he needs a bit of luck tonight. That's fair to say, right? On the back of all the speed being inside, potentially some speed in 6. Where's he going to get to? Where does he need to get to is the question.
Oh, he needs to get to 3rd or 4th through that first turn, and he can run them down depending. It all depends on whether Ariza Sparkles is in front. If she's running 29.2 in front, well, he can't give her 3 or 4 lengths and run her down. Mathematically impossible to do. So he just needs to get into that 3rd or 4th, 3-4 wide through that first turn, balance up, and then it just depends on what's in front. as I said, I don't think he can run her down, but he can run any other dog in the race down if he's in that position, in a stalking position.
The dog is dead set airborne. We saw a great performance last week in the semis, post to post. I think it was 23-4-2. They don't go that quick. Right, Liz?
No, that sort of track record sectional is here. Look, he's just been outstanding. He's beautiful to watch as well. He's just got this magnificent galloping action about him. And yes, box 5, not ideal. Dacey's Rory wasn't quick away last week. Potentially some other pace in the race, though. As Tim said, he just has to get that clear run early and hopefully be not too far off Ariza Sparkles.
Can I get a price for Power and Glory, Jared? And then we're going to hear from Tom Zavelis in just a second. So Dacey's Rory's price as well.
Well, Power and Glory was actually our slight $2.40 favourite after the box draw there, Simon. It started race day at $2.70 chance. It's actually gotten out to $3.10 now, so a very, very backable price there for Power and Glory. Daisy's Rory has been hovering around the $10 mark essentially all week. Is currently $10 at Ladbrokes.
I like that price for Battler, a dog that you said maybe is some of the value in the race. Let's hear from Tom Zavelis first, then I'll get your thoughts.
With Tom Zavelis, you have Zipping Urban in this race. That was a handy heat performance last week.
Yeah, he went super. He didn't trial the best here. He was a bit strange to the track, but he got around a lot better in the heat, and we just hope.
We'll get to Tom Zavelis in just a moment. Batley, your thoughts on a dog who I reckon has just been flying under the radar?
Yeah, sure has. He's a 24-time winner. Look, he really toughed it out to win here last week. He got there in the last stride, and that's not normally what he does, Dacey's Rory. He's normally up on the speed, rolling along in front. And to do what he did and knuckle down and nail them last week, Liz, it was a great gritty performance. He's got moderate beginner's draw on his outside, so if he can get back to his beginning days, which he can do, gee, he's a genuine chance of coming across and even leading, maybe getting the fly at the first turn, because with Power and Glory underneath him, there's not that much speed around him.
I agree with you, and I thought he was one of the best performances of the week last week. Tom said to me during the week he thinks this dog's capable of going 29-20 here at Wentworth Park. And of course, a number of feature finals. One missing from his form line is the Queensland Cup, which, the Brisbane Cup, which of course, it is the Queensland Cup, which ultimately ended up being in Maiden. So he's done everything, this dog.
Yeah, he's been in some big races. He's a dual Group 3 winner. Now we've got Tom Zavelis to give us some thoughts.
Welcome back, Tom. You like visiting us now, don't you?
Yeah, love it down here. It's great. Let's do more of it.
How's the week been for Dacey's Rory?
Yeah, week's been good. Look, we're here. We're in good shape. He didn't jump the best last week. He was a bit fresh. Let's hope he's not quite as fresh and he does his job tonight and comes out nice.
Have you played it out in your mind? There's a stack of speed in 2, 3 and 4. Any idea where you think you might be?
He's got the speed to match those dogs usually, but Wentworth Park's different to home tracks. Home tracks he comes out running, so he's got to do that here tonight if he's going to be a chance.
Right. Where they end up after the first turn is the key to this race, but then you've got to be looking over your shoulder for dogs like Power and Glory then. Yeah,
look, they're all got pretty even run-home sections except for Power and Glory. He's the exception to the rule. So, yeah, I mean, if he's anywhere near him, he'll be running on strong, but let's hope we've got a nice little buffer coming up to that.
There's a fantastic story with the owner, Claude Dacey. Obviously he was a trainer for a while, then pulled the pin. You ended up with Dacey's Rory. He's having a fantastic ride, isn't he?
Yeah, look, Claude still does train. He's still got his own, but yeah, he trusts us this one because he said the dog needed to travel, and that's what we're there to do. Pardon me. So that's our job, and hopefully we can do the job that he wants now.
Was there any thoughts he might come down for this?
No, he won't come down. Claude doesn't. Yeah, he likes his spot on the lounge, keeps his lucky spot, so he'll be right there. But I think his son might be down today.
What do you make of $1 Million Chase night?
Oh, look, I've been to a couple. We had the luck of racing down here last year with Schuler, and it was a great night then. It's I think I came to the first one as well. They're terrific nights. They're what you're in racing for. You hope you have a dog good enough, but if you don't, you come down and enjoy the night because the night is fantastic.
Do you pinch yourself a little bit? You brought Autumn Storm down and won the 7:15. You've now got a runner in the $1 Million Chase final.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, you hope to make one of those, let alone making two. So we've knocked one off. Let's hope we can make it two.
Another box to tick tonight, mate.
Yeah, that's it. That'd be great. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're in the race. We've enjoyed the week. We'll enjoy the race, and look, good luck to everyone, and see how we go.
Best of luck tonight, mate.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Tom Zavelis there with Mick Cowley. Dacey's Rory, currently a $10 chance for the big one, the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase. It's 9 minutes away until we crown the 8th ever winner of this wonderful race. Our Australian national anthem is about to take place. I reckon there is 2,000 people here at Wentworth Park tonight. It is absolutely inundated with punters and fans having the time of their life, and we cannot wait to see who takes home the $1 million here tonight. Current favourite for the race, Ariza Sparkles, $2.10. She's been the subject of so much support for Steve Fitch. We'll get to the national anthem and then we'll come back with Timmy the Battler Newbold, Liz Whelan, Jared Timms giving you the form on all the runners in the big one, the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase.
Could you please be upstanding for the Australian national anthem here on Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase night, and to perform the national anthem, ladies and gentlemen, Danny DeRoss.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, our beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Danny DeRoss there with the Australian national anthem. The flames are going up because we're only 10 minutes away, less than 10, 6 minutes away from the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Grand Final. I've just been reliably informed 3,000 people in the house. Look at them, ready to rip and tear into this big race. The 8th ever winner will be crowned in not long. Let's get our way through the runners. Timmy the Battler Newbold, Liz Whelan. Let's talk through the market with Jared Timms first.
Ariza Sparkles is where the Ladbrokes punters have had their attention for the entire week here, Simon. Into $2.10 favouritism, easily the worst result. I just had a look at the Ladbrokes bet ticker on the Ladbrokes app. Every single big bet that we have struck on this race sits with Ariza Sparkles. She's a very, very popular favourite, $2.10. Power and Glory out to a really backable price here now, $3.20. We're actually up with double figures about every other chaser in this field now. $10 each. Daisy's Rory and My Boy Bingo. Kenya Sapphire is a $13 chance. $17 Smooth Plain. Perhaps an each way bet on a few of these at the bottom of the market here. Foreign Capital, $23. Zipping Aerial, $23. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the website.
Mate, you've been in good form. You've got another multi for us. Let's let the people get involved now. Ladbrokes, Jared Timms, in-race multi.
Two pretty clear standout top picks in this race, in my opinion. Obviously, Ariza Sparkles and Power and Glory. And wasn't Daisy's Rory just as tough as they come last week? Tom Zavellis just times it to absolute perfection, bringing his greyhounds, particularly down here to New South Wales. So those are the four for me. We're getting about $7 for that same race multi.
And we take a look at the speed map. I'm quite happy with your multi because I've gone 2, 5, 6 and 7 here in the big race. And there is early pace, as we've discussed throughout the evening. Ariza Sparkles in 2. She was outstanding with the first early section last week. Kenya Sapphire came in off the ballot last week and showed that really good box speed. And then Power and Glory hopefully gets a clear run into the first spin. And My Boy Bingo, another one who could be up on the pace. It's going to be interesting.
Let's start with the one, Foreign Capital, trained by Vic Sultana, owned by the Skaburis and Podmore families, a son of Seneki and Flying Ella. Is he back battler after his first win in 4 months last week? Can he do it?
Look, I don't know whether he can win the race, but he's got a great place chance. 29.90 semi-final win last week. Slowest time of all of the semi-finals. He's got that gun draw. He's got a PB of 29.37 around here. It's a great feat for Vic Sultana to qualifying for the final. I think he can get into the minor money, Liz.
There's the dog selections, 2, 5, 6 and 1. Liz Ariza Sparkles, the Dapto Megastar Queen, owned and trained by Steve Fitch, a daughter of Tommy Shelby in Gramercy Park.
beautifully bred. I think she's going to be certainly the one to beat here. As Stephen Fitch said to me last night, you know that she's in perfect order. She's ready to fire. Key is obviously the starter. She leads. Depending on where Power and Glory settles in the race, she's definitely the one to beat it for me.
The vibes are high here at Wentworth Park as we're 4 minutes away from the Ladbrokes $1 million chase. The 3, My Boy Bingo, there he is, the hope of Victoria. He was $101 to win the MDC before the semis. Now he's $10 to take out the $1 million race. Owned and trained by Ken Bailey, a son of Zembora Brockie and Sweet Imitated.
Huge boil over taking out the semi-final, toppling the series favourite Cumbria Jack last week. Look, he's lightly raced and he's been fantastic in both Wentworth Park wins, the latest in 29.33. He's got a tricky draw underneath Kenya Sapphire, but with a clean getaway and his early speed, he could certainly find the front, and he's a value chance.
And the form has already been franked. Cumbria Jack winning 2 races ago. The 4, Kenya Sapphire, trained by Jace Magri, owned by Jess Windiate. She's the daughter of Bernardo and Opal Rocks, and she goes like the clappers early.
Absolutely, and speaking of value runners, I think she's certainly one of those here. Last week she set them up in a 5.39 first section, won it in 29.59. She's cut across the face of the field immediately. Back in March she went 29.47 here, and that was ahead of the Simply Limelight new sensation. The draw makes things interesting because the pace is sort of drawn to her inside. I think for her to be a chance here, she'll probably want those not to jump as well tonight to try and get across the field.
Rock solid at $12 with Ladbrokes. The 5, here he goes, Power and Glory, the Golden Easter Egg champ, trained by Ken Burnett, owned by Jeff Eastburn, who's had some health problems. Asana hooked on Scotch and Kwong Magic.
He's a powerhouse sprinter. He's one of the quickest greyhounds to ever step onto this track. He's well drawn in box 5 in the centre of the track, all wider out. He's got a railer and speed underneath him in 3 and 4, as well as 2. He just needs fresh air in the early stages to balance up within striking range of the leaders. They better look out. The 1 to beat for mine.
And some support, $3.20 into $3 in the last 5 minutes. The 6 is Dacey's Rory, the Queensland speedster, trained by Tom Zavellis, owned by Claude Dacey, a son of Seneke and Nikki Nettle.
I think he's a really good each-way chance in this race, particularly if the favourites don't begin well here. He's one of the few dogs to come from behind last Saturday night. Going into the semi-finals last week, Tom had said to me that he rated him one of the best 8 dogs in the country, and since then he believes that he can go 29.20 here at Wentworth Park. I think with an ounce of luck, he is right in this race.
The 7 is Smooth Playing. We haven't even mentioned the dog so far tonight. A class act, owned and trained by the Daly family, a son of Volturi and Smooth Burbsky.
Yeah, a prolific big race finalist, and he really deserves a big one. Look, there's not many more consistent dogs in the country than this bloke. He's got a tricky draw on the 7, but geez, if he gets an ounce of luck through that first turn and gets across within any type of range of the leaders, he'll keep coming. Rough chance.
Yeah, $15 chance with Ladbrokes as well. Has drifted from 13 when markets open. Let's get to the 8. Zipping Aerial, trained by Courtney Barnes, owned by the Hallinan family, a daughter of Goodsey and Zipping Truvy.
And Courtney's already had a win here tonight on $1 Million Chase final night. This greyhound finished 4th in the Group 1 Peter Mossman Opal final here back in July and behind Coast Rig. Look, I think she's done everything right last time. She's jumped well off box 2. She's led them throughout, but by comparison, her first split was 5.48. I think she's going to be outpaced here early, and unfortunately, I think the draw will make it pretty tough for her.
She's the last greyhound on the mat. Then they're going to begin the walk down to the boxes for the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase final. Let's get Liz's Lock and Battler's Banker.
I've gone with Ariza Sparkles here on top for Stephen Fitch. I'm just hoping that she gets a clear run, that all of the dogs get a clear run, and that hopefully it's the best one who wins tonight.
I'm in the corner of Power and Glory. He's one of the quickest greyhounds we've ever seen at this track. He's got a massive, massive engine. Granted, he does need an ounce of luck through that first turn. If he does get any sort of luck, the leaders better look out.
Jared, last tip for you.
The last tip for me is Ariza Sparkles, who's actually sitting on the second line of betting now. The late money all coming for Power and Glory, $2.60.
Tell you what, the crowd is absolutely heaving. Every man, woman and child, everyone who is able is standing. They are out of their seats, and look at them go. The throng is starting to make some noise. Anticipation is building, and we are not far away from the 2025 Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase. Who would have thought in 2018 Mystic Right won the first ever race, and it has just gained momentum year on year. Who will join this illustrious list? Mystic Right, Good Odds Harada, Handsome Prince, She's a Pearl, McInerney, Jay is Jay, the pride of Queensland, and of course Blue Camaro last year for Joshy Formosa. They're moving behind the boxes. It's over to Russell Veach. Good luck, mate, for your first call of the Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase.
Thank you, Simon. What an intriguing race it is to this first quarter. Thank you, Dave. $1 Million Chase final. $1 million up for grabs here. Favourite has been displaced by Power and Glory, the Easter egg champion. $1 Million Chase, green light is on. 2025. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Racing and out fast by Boy Bingo, showing speed to lead Teresa Sparkles early. She's punching up on the fence. Out wide of Power and Glory. He's looming large. Then came Teresa Sparkles and Foreign Capital. Back on the inside, Kenya Sapphire, smooth plane. Getting a long way back now is Daisy's Rory, tipping aerial off the back door. Power and Glory. He made it away. He's out by 6 lengths on the home corner. Power and Glory. Glorious greatness on the biggest stage. Second into Teresa Sparkle, smooth playing got third. Then a breakaway in the race then to My Boy Bingo, followed by Kenya Sapphire, Daisy's Rory, zipping Ariel, and 29.15 equal PB.
Holy dooly, Power and Glory, Kenny Burnett, his partner Mandy, Jeff Eastburn. What a performance, what a win. Cometh the moment, cometh the dog, and Kenny loves it, as he should. 29.15. He jumped so well in the Ladbrokes Golden Easter Egg final tonight. It was rinse and repeat stuff. That's a run.
Trained to perfection. He got away nicely, and he just had that clear, fresh air, which he needed in the early stages. It was all over at the first turn.
He's had a moment to collect his thoughts. Mick Cowley, down to you with Kenny Burnett, the $1 Million Man.
Kenny's just soaking up the atmosphere. $1 Million Chase champion, mate. How's that sound?
Unbelievable. Oh.
That was a phenomenal ride. You were cheering pretty much from the corner out to the back straight.
Mate, as soon as he came out of those boxes and he got through that bend safe, I knew he was home. He's a power machine. He's Power and Glory.
Mate, you won an Easter egg here a few months back now. You've got the double. What does this mean, this race week?
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's life-changing. Everybody here enjoying this race. I'm so glad for Greyhound Racing. Keep it going, Greyhounds! Yeah!
You and Mandy does a lot of work behind the scenes as well. It must mean a whole lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of work behind the scenes. My partner Mandy, she helps me so much. I rely on her so much. She's so reliable. She's there every day. She never complains. But let me tell you, we're buzzing. We are. And everybody here, just remember the name, Power and Glory! 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 Yeah! Mark Latham, my mate's here. I love Mark Latham. He supports every form of racing, and we need to support Mark Latham. He supports the racing industry.
Kenny, Jeff Eastburn, the owner of the dog, his story as well. It must be fantastic for Jeff.
Oh, Jeff Eastburn, mate. He brought this dog. He paid $4,000 for him, and as a pup, and he's been on the ride with me all the way. He was sick at the Easter egg. He had a bad brain injury, but he survived it. He's here tonight with his family. All his family are here, and it's so good to see them all here tonight.
What do you say to your mate Andy Lord now? You've done the double as well.
Yeah, Andy, we've done it, mate. Andy's been a big supporter of mine for a while. He knew that I did the right thing with the dogs. I worked with Andy many years ago, and everyone's got to have a mentor, and Andy was my mentor, you know.
Mate, go soak up that atmosphere. Congratulations.
Sorry?
Soak up that atmosphere. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for all your support today.
How good is that? Bottle it, send it to every greyhound naysayer in the world, and stick that up here. Kenny Burnett with one of the best interviews I reckon I've ever seen.
I agree. I think that is the best post-race interview I've ever seen. And how about getting the crowd involved here with the chant for glory?
Well, you've just won $1 million, or $500,000 when he gives half to Jeff Eastburn, but God, I love him. He wears his heart on his sleeve. You wait your life to get a dog this good, Butler, don't you? Now you can enjoy the spoils.
And he has, and he's only ever had a boutique type kennel, Kenny. He's never had, 30 or 40 dogs to look after. He's only had a handful, and he's an astute conditioner. And from the early days, I know a number of guys who were coming here in the early days watching the trials, and this guy came onto the scene. And one judge I know and I respect highly, he said, I've never seen a quicker dog in my life here around Wentworth Park from the early days. And he's turned into what he is today. He's just an out-and-out freak the times he can run. And when he just got that fresh air, and when he needs fresh air because he's not a lid pinger and high speed, but gee, when he balances up, that big engine kicks in, and there's not a dog in the country that can go with him.
No, it's a new race record as well. Absolutely smashed the old mark from She's a Pearl. Let's go back to Mick.
Thank you, Simon. I'm here with Jeff Eastburn. Jeff, how does that feel, mate? That must be amazing.
Unreal. We've had a real bad year, and this has just topped it up. Something super.
You unfortunately couldn't be here for the Easter egg.
No.
But being here tonight, I guess, makes up for it.
Oh, yeah, it's unbelievable. My wife was, I'll probably be deaf tomorrow with
Mate, what does this dog mean to you?
Sorry?
What does this dog mean to you?
Oh, everything. He's a special dog, and he's just done everything for Ken, and Ken's done all the work. He's the one that's put everything into the dog, him and Mandy, and the dog means the world to them and the world to me.
Mate, as I said, congratulations. Go and enjoy it.
Thanks very much.
Jeff Eastbourne there as Sweet Caroline reverberates its way around the historic Wentworth Park precinct. What a night we've had. Power and glory. How do we ever doubt the dog? Look at this.
That's outstanding.
These are great scenes. Let's just go collect a bit of audio and ambience from the crowd for a second. As it dies off out of the chorus.
You've given that one of the great kisses of death there, Simon. I'll tell you what, we were there on that last night at Dapto, and I didn't think anything would be able to top the crowd interaction, but I reckon they just might have, man. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that was huge. Hey, for those wondering, Jeff Eastburn and Kenny mentioned some health issues. I think it was maybe 2 days before the Golden Easter egg that he was diagnosed with melanoma on the brain. Out of nowhere, completely out of the blue. So missed that race. We know the dog went on to win it. Now he's back with $1 million. There's Mandy there holding the champ, ready to come and collect his stuff. Here we go. We're revving back into the chorus.
You have to do it if no one picks up here, Simon.
No way I'm getting this on record. Back to the crowd. The great Richie Benno that said, if you can't add anything to the pictures, don't say anything at all. We could have just let this play out for the last few minutes, couldn't we? Between Kenny and Jeff, here's the embrace. That's Hayley Gilbert there, daughter of Andy Lord, who they're thick as thieves, Kenny and Hayley, always together, always working together, catching dogs for one another. They're here at Wentworth Park. Good on him. The lucky West Tigers jacket did it again for Kenny Burnett. That's the big story out of the night. Hopefully the Tigers can emulate that success next year. But the 8th ever winner, in terms of performances, I mentioned it before, track record, the previous best in a final was 29.32. No dog from box 5 had ever made the podium in a $1 Million Chase final. This dog is a freak show. He's turning 4 later this year. And now he's a $1.3 million earner. He's an absolute star, Battler.
It's quite remarkable. He's eligible for Masters racing at the end of the year.
Running into him. Holy hell.
Yeah, run into him, gee. Have a look at this. Look at the big engine kick in. Now simply the best. Oh, gee, we're rolling out the tunes now. And there, when he went to the top down the back straight, it was just game, set, match. Ariza Sparkles, we haven't mentioned her. She was really good in finishing second, but she was no match for him, Liz.
No, and tonight she hasn't led either. She sort of jumped on terms with them, but as you say, no match for Power and Glory. And Simon, you said as we go back through the winners over the years, I think this might be one of the most special dogs that we've seen here at Wentworth Park. And you've mentioned his age. I have to say, I've already had a few messages from New Zealand since the semi-final win saying, hey, when he stands at stud, like, potentially want to get involved,
Here's the beginning, and you can see he just got that fresh air. The blue wanted to run to the left a little. 6 didn't get out all that well, and that gave him the room to just move up the track and be where he wanted to be. And just around this first turn when the white went at the top, then got a drag down and he just ambled up on his outside and put him away in a twinkling.
Yeah, spot on. Great race shape for Power and Glory. To the victor go the spoils, $1 Million Dog. Let's go down to our presentation. Kenny Burnett about to receive his winner's rug, and Glenn Munsey hosting.
For the presentation, we have Greyhound Racing New South Wales Chair Adam Castleton, the Ladbrokes Head of Industry and Commercial Dean Elliott, Mark Banasiak, our MP, and Greyhound Racing New South Wales CEO Steve Griffin. I'd like to call upon Mark Banasiak to present the trophy to the winning connections of Power and Glory, History, a golden Easter egg, and a $1 Million Chase for Kenny Burnett and connections. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Power and Glory. As Mark does the ceremonial rugging of the winner, I'd like to now call upon Ladbrokes Head of Industry and Commercial Dean Elliott to present the trophy and rug our second dog, Ariza Sparkles for Stephen Fitch. Let Steve do it. And our third place getter, trained by Tommy Daly, Smooth Plane. I'd like to call upon Greyhound Racing New South Wales Chair Adam Castleton to present the trophy and rug the third placing.
Mance, is it this one? Mance, this one?
Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of Greyhound Racing New South Wales, Steve Griffin. Steve, the weather's been kind, the racing's been great, and what a sensational 2025 Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Fantastic. And great to see Kenny Burnett. Have a great win, Ken. Fantastic. Keeping the trophy in New South Wales. Well done to everyone involved. I hope everyone's enjoyed the night. It's been a fantastic night. A bit drizzle, but well done to everyone, and thanks very much for coming along tonight. Appreciate it.
Well, Kenny, you were part of the media day here to launch the $1 Million Chase roughly 10 days ago. did you think you were going to be here on race night and staring down the barrel of a cheque for $1 million?
Oh, we were very hopeful. I big hopes for this dog because he's such a fast animal, and we're here. We've won it, and it's power and glory. You beauty!
Well, mate, what's left? An Easter egg and $1 million chase. What's next?
Well, we've been invited down to Melbourne for the Top Gun, so we might be looking at the Top Gun down in Melbourne, and then there's the Melbourne Cup and the Phoenix maybe. There's this tonight has opened up so many opportunities for this dog now. We'll take it easy and just see where we land.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our placings, all of our dogs that made the final of the Ladbrokes $1 million chase. I'd like to call upon now Ladbrokes Head of Industry and Commercial, Dean Elliott, to speak on behalf of the sponsors of greyhound racing here in New South Wales, Ladbrokes.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, well, the $1 million chase is one of the great greyhound racing events on the national calendar, and looking at the crowd and the reaction to tonight's race, it's easy to see why. We had such a thrilling event tonight, a dominant win by a fantastic dog, Power and Glory. I'd like to congratulate all of his winning connections, led by Ken Burnett, some very happy owners right here next to me, and long may greyhound racing live all across Australia. There's still 4 more races tonight. I hope everyone's had a good one. Lots of favourites have been getting up. So enjoy Ladbrokes, and congratulations again to all connections.
Thank you very much, everyone, and congratulations to Ladbrokes. Congratulations to the owners. That's a very, very big trophy. I'm telling you what, that's going to get a bit of workout later on. Celebrate?
Oh, yeah.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Big time.
I shouldn't say this is the biggest cheque they've ever received. It's a pretty handy one.
You're not wrong.
You're going to make a mess of it?
Oh, I'll give it a bit of a caning.
Well done. Congratulations. A great dog. What a year you've had in 2025. Oh, mixed. It's been pretty good. You've won an Easter egg and $1 million chase. Okay, now we'll have the official photographs in front of the winning post. If the dignitaries would like to walk out to partake in the photo.
All of you, come in.
There he is, the star of the show, Power and Glory. What a year for Kenny Burnett and the team. Of course, the Ladbrokes Golden Easter Egg victory was a breakthrough win for the dog, and now he's taken out the Ladbrokes $1 million chase. Many memories created here tonight. Look at the big team behind the man at the front. It takes so many to get a good greyhound to the races, and Kenny said yesterday on radio, it's not just him and Mandy, it's his parents as well. They live on a property adjacent to Ken. I think he said his dad's main job is mowing the lawns and picking up the poo, but he loves it because he's part of the journey, and now here he is tonight. Kenny also mentioned that Easter egg night that his sons don't come to the races too much. They came that night and he won. They came tonight and he won, so they're going to have to follow him around. Melbourne now, is it too early to start looking forward to back end of the year?
Oh, not at all, Simon. He'll be a starter in the Top Gun. He'll be selected to run in that race. Then you've got the Melbourne Cup, and then you've got the Phoenix. Look, I'm sure all the slot holders out there for the Phoenix will be watching this race tonight. And he's got to be in the top 2 or 3 greyhounds that they'll be targeting. Here's these great shots, these drone shots, and as you can see, 3 and 4 deep. at the winning post. Liz, he just got into fresh air, and here is that big engine kicking in down the back straight.
I love the way he just holds his line out of the box as well. He doesn't cut left, he doesn't cut right, he just holds his line and then he gradually crosses over into the first turn. He's just this ultimate race dog that we've seen tonight.
Geez, a beast, isn't he? Look at the margin he's put on a Group 1 winner in Ariza Sparkles, who was the race favourite. I didn't see the final margin, 6 lengths maybe?
7 lengths.
7 lengths. For Power and Glory, these great front-on shots again. Kenya Sapphire probably didn't fire early, but you can see here, this is the key to the race. The 6, not quite missed it, but was slow away, giving him the room to move, and then from here, this is where he winds up.
And now he's probably out toward box 7 there around that first turn. And then what he does, he then cuts back to the rail. So he's not a wide runner, but he does want room to move. And as you can see, as he goes through the catching pen, he is carving back down toward the rails. But that acceleration is outstanding. And as you can see, the key there was Dacey's Rory just missing the jump slightly. As you can see there, 7 and 8 didn't have that speed, and that just allowed him to just get into his work and do what he does best.
I tell you what, if he can continue to jump like that, he was ahead of Kenya Sapphire there, who wasn't at her best, but he was right alongside my boy Bingo Ariza Sparkles. He's almost unbeatable.
I would agree with that, and Tim's mentioned some of those big races coming up. You've got the Melbourne Cup, obviously, at the end of November. The Phoenix with the slot holders. At the moment, it's hard to see anything beating him, but at the same time, I guess there's always that little bit of what if. What if Cumbria Jack had also been in the final tonight as well?
It doesn't matter now, because there's the man with the $1 million prize. Jared, can we clear some divvies? Tell us what the people out there are getting paid after backing P&G.
Well, we saw him drift out to that $3.30 quote. I think it was maybe 5 minutes out from jump, but he got really, really well back late. A number of sharps getting involved here at Ladbrokes, actually, and he ended up starting a $2.60 favourite with us. So really, really good push late, and some pretty happy punters at Ladbrokes as well.
Yeah, you're spot on. Quick mention for Smooth Plane running into third. Again, we mentioned in the pre-race, hadn't talked about him a lot. Here he is again, bobbing up, running a drum in a big race like this. And my boy Bingo, who was probably one of the stories of the series, to be honest.
And a little bit lucky too. He was dragged down at the first turn. He was showing good speed getting across to the lead, and got ankle tapped when Power and Glory moved up on his outside. So he lost his momentum there. So to then balance up again and be able to cling on for fourth position was a good effort by my boy Bingo. He's only a lightly raced type too. There's no doubt he'll go back home and he'll target those bigger races back in Victoria as well.
Some interesting runs in behind. It's easy now in hindsight to say, oh, it was right in front of our faces, but he's been one of the fastest dogs here at Wentworth Park. His record, which I don't have in front of me, but it's almost exemplary here. He's won a stack of races, Battler, as you go through. He's raced here about 17 times.
He's won 11 from 17 and run 5 minors. And 29.15.
Which is
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we mentioned the post-to-post. Kenny was really bullish at the media day last week when we launched. He came back from a torn hip support. He mentioned that was a rigorous process to time his run. He almost thought about skipping the series before he went to Bulleye.
And you know what? Probably we haven't really taken into account. Kenny's been very patient with this bloke. He's a few months off turning 4 years of age. He's had 35 starts.
Yeah, crazy.
So you've got a flying machine, an absolute weapon at home who's had a few little niggling injuries. Now, you could be forgiven if a trainer wanted to just take a bit of a risk and push to make these big races and, oh, geez, a feature race is coming up in Brisbane or Victoria. I'm going to push to try and have a crack at it with him, or whether it be here at Wentworth Park. But Kenny hasn't rushed him really at any stage throughout his career. And this is probably why we're seeing him do what he's doing at his age and running 29.15, because Kenny has been patient with him and hasn't really pushed him at any stage throughout his career.
It's an interesting one. You look back through the progeny from Hooked on Scotch. I asked Kenny this last week. Is he the best son, progeny, of Hooked on Scotch? And he said, oh, I know Postman Pat was quite a good dog. I know Blue Blend is coming. It's easily. Look at you. Well, it's easy now. But a week ago, Kenny was saying, oh, let's just see what happens. Now, he well and truly is. So potential stud duties for him down the line. There's Winning Connections. They're going to have a hell of a night. What would you do with $1 million if you'd won a dog race here tonight?
You're asking the wrong question. You're the wrong person. I'll tell you what, I'd give it a run. Oh, you wouldn't see me for
You have a
12
bet on the
months.
next? That's my best bet on the program.
Yeah, maybe on roulette in Vegas.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
let's
on
go.
board with that.
Yeah.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to take a quick break and then we're going to come back with 2 more races on the card. There's 12 in total tonight. You can continue to watch across the dogs.com.au or wherever you're watching tonight. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side with the sequence for race number 9. Right? How good is this? Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase night at Wentworth Park, and we have crowned the 8th ever winner of this wonderful race. Power and Glory, Kenny Burnett and the team. Congratulations to you. A dominant performance, track record sort of stuff. And now we move into a 5th grade over the 720. We've got 2 more races on the card here tonight, thedogs.com.au. We appreciate you joining our coverage. We hope you've had a good time, and hopefully we've made you laugh and find a few winners. Let's finish off with 2 good ones. We'll get a market for race number 9.
Make Them Cry, a very, very popular favourite here, Simon. Went up a $3.30 chance, and on race night has gone $2.20 into $1.70 now, so very, very good push. And is your Ladbrokes market mover as well. There has been interest for the top 4 in the market, though. Little Lincoln has gone at $4.60. Did touch $3.90, now a $4.20 chance at Ladbrokes. Max Shiraz, $6.50 into $6. And Curio Dancer was an $8 chance, got into $6.50, actually just back out a couple of points to $8.50 now. But it really is all about Make Them Cry for Pete Lagagione here, now into $1.65 in the Ladbrokes market. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the website.
And to be fair, I thought that Make Them Cry was the standout here. But with that being said, there's a slight caveat because she's stepping up to the 720 metres for the first time. She is drawn to be on the pace here. Curio Dancer off the 1, also potentially up on the early speed.
Let's get our way through these greyhounds. It's thanks to Kia Sydney City, this race. We'll start with the 1, Curio Dancer for Sammy Reese. Last start over 600 at the Gardens.
Yeah, not a bad run here 2 runs ago when runner-up behind I'm Sally, who made the Sydney Cup final. Look, ran 42.60 on that occasion, finishing second. Doesn't need to go much quicker than that tonight to be in the finish here. From box number 1, should settle right on the speed and is a genuine winning chance.
There's the dog selections. They've got Make Them Cry on top. The 2, Boxcar Molly for Benny Dalton. Only 1 win in 37 starts.
Yeah, so it doesn't win them out of turn. That being said, she has had 15 minors. She lined up in a heat of the Group 2 Sydney Cup here a week ago. She jumped midfield and then she was checked unfound, unfortunately off box 5. She's likely to be getting back and coming home well, but that being said, I thought she'd be struggling a little bit tonight.
I'll tell you what, they're coming for Make Them Cry. $3.30 into $1.65. Battler, tell us why she can't win.
Because she's suspect at running the 700 metres and a really suspect. However, she can probably run 42.2, 42.3, which is a moderate time, and still running 700 metres and get away with this race. It's not a high quality race. She'll roll forward. She'll probably lead a long way. The final 50 to 70 metres will be the worry if you are going to chime in to the skinny quote. But the one to beat. But I couldn't take the price with counterfeit money.
Yeah, it's good information. The 4, Max Shiraz for Alan Manwaring. Liz?
His recent racing has been at Nowra. He won their last start off box 8 over the 630 metres. My concern about him is that he's stepping back up to the 720 metre trip tonight. The 90 metres doesn't sound like it's far, but it is in staying races, and I think he might be struggling a little bit in the end.
Good points. Alakazam comes out. We'll go to the 6, Go Jojo, $21 for the Hazlitt team.
Yeah, I actually thought this runner wasn't the worst place prospect in this field. I really liked his fast finishing second at Nowra a couple of starts ago over the 630 metres. Last week in the Sydney Cup was disappointing, but hopefully off that run 2 starts ago, he's a chance here.
The 7, Little Lincoln for Michael Lackas.
Yeah, winner of Bulleye over 400 metres 3 runs ago, then up in journey to the 600 at Nowra to score a really good type of win, really, for a grade coming to Wentworth Park. Will hold it in good stead in this race, actually, even though it was only on the provincial circuit. Failed on its latest run, but we'll find this a lot easier. I think Little Lincoln at the value has got a great chance.
Yeah, market support, 460 into 4. And the 8, Pink Panama, experienced runner here at Wenty, but only 1 win.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the positive for her. She's actually got a lot of experience here over the 720 metres at Wentworth Park. But with that being said, she hasn't really set the world on fire with those races either, and I think she's just running for minors tonight. All
right, Liz's lock, Battler's banker. Who do we like?
I've clearly gone to Make Them Cry on top tonight. I did really like the way that she attacked the line of Richmond last time over 622 metres, so hopefully she can handle the step up to the 720 tonight. I'm
in the corner of Little Lincoln at the value. I just can't take the price about the favourite, although it is clearly the one to beat, but a suspect of running the 700 metres, Little Lincoln.
460 into 4 for Little Lincoln. Jared, is it the market mover?
No, Make Them Cry, just the sheer weight of money, Simon. I think the Ladbrokes punters that took the 330 earlier in the week are well and truly rubbing their hands together tonight.
All right, here we go. Race 9. It's a 5th grade over the 720. The staying trip for Kia Sydney City. We thank them for the key of Tasman earlier on the $1 Million Challenge. Russell Veach will call the action. Let's see if Make Them Cry can get up.
For David Brash on the team. So runners are getting set for the stayers here for Kia Sydney City, who keep their Tasman Ute for 2025, perhaps next year. Green light is on. Lure rolls to the boxes, favoured in 3. Make Them Cry, and they're ready. And racing, and she begins very quickly, and she leads early. Make Them Cry from Curio Dancer and Little Lincoln getting into third placing, followed by Pink Panama. Break away to Box Cowley and Go Jojo. Here they come down the straight in a lap to go. Make Them Cry, the favourites doing it by 2. Out wide, Max Shiraz making ground. Curio Dancer up along the rail. They're followed by Little Lincoln, who went into Pink Panama, and then came Box Cowley and Go Jojo. Sees them all, and 10 lengths off the leader. Make Them Cry off the back. A length and a half in front. Can she run the 700 metres out? Curio Dancer and Max Shiraz right on the hammer. Then Pink Panama around the home corner. Make Them Cry. She's getting very tired running on Pink Panama. Pink Panama, and just got over the Curio Dancer up on the rail. Then came Go Jojo. Make Them Cry. Got the staggers late in the piece. And then came Max Shiraz, Little Lincoln. Back to the tail end of the field. Box Cow Molly, the time 42.75.
Yeah, the 8 will get it. Pink Panama, we mentioned experienced runner here at Wentworth Park. That's start number 16, win number 2 for John Callahan. Congratulations to them. The time is sluggish, but that doesn't matter because it's a great night to have a winner.
Absolutely, times don't matter so long as you're first past the post in a race like this. To be fair, that's actually been a great finish. I wasn't sure whether or not Make Them Cry was going to hold on because it was previously untested over the 720 metres, and experience does prevail with Pink Panama, one of the dogs with the most experience over the 720 metres here at Wenty.
It's interesting, Battler. You mentioned can she run out the trip? It just felt like she needed another length or two the whole race because we knew maybe the back end was going to test her out.
And she hasn't really run out the trip at the end of the day. She's run 40, well, the winner's run 42.75, so what does she run? About 42.80 odd. That's not running out 700 metres. So when you're on speed and rolling along in front. So look, I doubt she'll have another crack at the 700. She'll go back to the middle journey, Make Them Cry. But yeah, Johnny Callaghan, he trained the winner, Pink Panama. He's a great fella, Johnny, and it's good to see him back in the winner's circle here at headquarters on MDC night.
Well, let's hear from him because Mick Cowley's got him.
Congratulations, John. Good to get a winner on $1 Million Chase night.
It certainly is, yeah. She's been unlucky her last few starts. I've kept her away from here for the last couple of weeks. So she was going around and in non-grade and that. They're too good for her in non-grade. I don't know what she ran 40 years, certainly. But they're too good for her. So I just kept her away and waited for. I seen this race in the calendar and I thought, I'll just bring her in and just see how she goes, you know. And she's done us pretty hard.
She certainly has. You must have been feeling reasonably, not confident,
no,
but
not going around the first turn here when that dog took her out, and you know usually she doesn't like a bump, but she's strong. That was the best part about her, you know. So,
and you had a bit of a wardrobe incident, which meant that you couldn't box her.
Yeah, well, it's the first time I usually never wear shorts, but it was that hot when I left home today. And I thought, my wife said, you're going to wear trousers or shorts. And I said, no, I'll wear shorts. I said, it's 36 degrees. And I get in and they wouldn't let me box her. So I was lucky. I just got a nice little girl. And she's probably done a better job than I do.
Mate, you can't break the streak now. You've got to wear shorts all the time and not box her.
I'll have to do that, yeah, most certainly, yeah.
Congratulations. Well done, buddy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks very much for the interview. Thank you.
Good on him, Johnny Callaghan. Let's have a look from above, shall we? He mentioned the first bend. Let's take a look here at the winner. Pink Rug, 5 back, just sneaking onto the fence now. Yeah, getting into a pretty good spot. You mentioned pre-race, guys, that, look, not a lot of depth, but you got to start somewhere with staying races. 5th grade, we don't have a lot of them. We don't have a lot of stayers, to be honest. So I don't mind having a throw at the stumps on a night like this. And as we heard, it's great to have a winner on the biggest night in chasing.
Absolutely, and I think it's a great race that Jerry and SW has put on for a night like this, finding out if their dogs can run over 720 metres. Yeah, again, I love this drone shot. Yeah, this is just fantastic footage that we've had all night here, to be fair. It's great seeing these angles. And I thought an eye-catching run was Go Jojo. He got a long way back in the race and he's actually come home pretty well for 4th.
Shout out to Stu Hazlitt if he's watching at home. Let's get back to the track because we've got another $1 million challenge attempt. Glenn Munsey, let's pick him up.
No, hang on, Brett, you're down the bottom. You're Robert Murphy, first of all. Are we ready to go? Now, how you feeling, Robert?
Yeah, where am I kicking? Mate, I'm feeling good. Take Teddy home.
Right, no. Take where that line is, right? All care and no responsibility. Here we go. This is your chance to make history. Robert Murphy. No, that's nearly a shank. Next up is Billy Tandy. Billy Tandy, where are you? Where's Billy Tandy? What? Are you Billy Tandy? No. The third kicker was Luke Minari. Or Menary? Geez, Luke. Luke Minari. You've all had your names ticked off here. What have you all assumed different identities? Righto. Come on, who wants to go next? Your name? Rory. Rory McIlroy. Righto, best of luck in the golf, Rory. Well, you're the closest. Righto, now you're Brent, aren't you? No, sorry, James Colavos. You're not Debbie's son, are you? No, right, okay. Here we go, where that line is. Not the line you sort of been in the... Come on, best of luck to you. Oh, it's got a hook on it. Oh, geez, you just could have eaten your Wheaties. Now, this is Aaron. Now, it's your Bucks party. How did you possibly find anyone to fall into you?
Oh, a bit of luck, I think. Not much else.
Well, mate, no luck. You can go to Everest tomorrow and take part in the Golden Mingle. Up you go. Here's Aaron Dory. Oh, impressive. I hope you have a bit more luck on your wedding night. You might get it in then.
Sorry? Michael.
Here's Michael. Michael, one of the participants of greyhound racing. Come on, up you go. Okay, who we got left? Now you're Brent, sorry. Hugo, up where the line is. Good luck. Now Sean Fitzpatrick. Up you come, the line's up here, Sean. Best of luck to you. If only the Kia Tasman Ute was parked at the 720 boxes. Come on, Ryan, you have a kick. Oh.
The human roll-on deodorant. Stick to your day job, Muns.
I need a new pair of shoes. You got 1,500?
There you go, $1 million challenge. Well, we'll be better next year for the run. How about that? The Kia Tasman lives to fight another day. We'll take that home, put it in the garage. Thanks to all our participants. Thanks to Glenn Munsey.
Do you reckon there was improvement year on year?
Not really, but three the white, that bloke there, he should have got some sort of a prize. He was a little bit unlucky. He was looking pretty good. And then a gust of wind come up, and I reckon put the brakes on it. And the direction was really good. Three white. So if he's coming back next year, he's a chance.
So maybe some floor mats for him as a...
Yeah, I was going to say, back bumper for that bloke. He's earned something.
I'll tell you what I do love. Nathan Highmarsh was here earlier, and he just split quick smart by the look of things. I couldn't see him out there for the last round. Anyway, the Kia Tasman, we'll see you next year. Here we go, race number 10, 7.5 minutes away. I don't mind this race. I don't mind this concept, Battler. Nowra to Wentworth Park final. So all these runners have come through the Pine Bowl in the last week or so, and now they arrive here on the big stage for a crack at a bit of cash on $1 Million Chase final night. If you're just joining us, congratulations to Power and Glory for taking out the big race, and he'll go on to bigger and better things, I'm sure. Let's get a market update for race 10.
Well, a pretty open race, as you might expect here, Simon. Peloponnese is leading the market, $3.50 into $2.50, but we're looking $5 and longer the rest of them here. So if you're finding the winner, it's turning into a pretty good night on the punt. Zipping Cluedo is the $5 chance, $5.50 about Skedaddle Louise. Cumbria George also now into $5, and $6 about Ashby Flash. So no real standout in the market. There has been a sprinkling of interest, at least for most of these chases, but Peloponnese is leading your top line of betting there at Ladbrokes, $2.50. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the website.
And we're 6.5 minutes away here from the Ladbrokes now at a Wentworth Park final. I agree with Simon. I think this is a very cool concept. Skedaddle Louise are clearly going to be one of the runners here up on the pace, and 5 Cumbria George also mapped well to be on the pace here.
I don't know if it's just me, but I've just started getting cold. I think I've been pretty robust.
Just picked up again out of nowhere.
Been for the last
You guys have got jackets, come on.
Yes, true. Well,
which no one has offered me, by the way.
Fashion hurts, Liz.
We know what the wind tunnel at Wentworth Park can bring. Anyway, 6 minutes. Let's try and fill this in, shall we? Do you want to go through the runners, or...?
We've got the national anthem again.
While we're here.
It sounds like Glenn Munsey's still down there creating some sort of... What's going on down there?
Oh, the whips are out again.
Here we go.
It sounds like line dancing again, maybe.
Nope. Yeah, let's go to whip, crack and fire. Earn her money tonight. Let's have a look. We're back. Would you believe? We're going a bit... Oh, here we go. Now we're getting into some action. Yeah. That's the money shot. That's what we were hoping for.
We're dealing with amateur producers here, telling us to go to that performer, maybe?
How did we discover this as a skill? But we're cracking in the first place. We'll light it on fire and see what happens.
I feel like a few drinks are involved, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly at this time of night, 10 p.m. That's when the flaming whips come out.
If someone's just tuned in, they won't tune in again. But this hasn't been our best couple of minutes.
Hang on, stand by.
There's the line dancers. It's country theme here tonight at Wentworth Park, and there we go.
The pace is not picked up on this.
The bucking bull, I wonder what the lead... That guy looks like he's having the time of his life. Look at the smile on that face.
We should have found out what the winning time is inside there.
Go beat. Hey, there's still time after this. We can go and compete.
We could have a crack,
I
surely.
think so.
They leave that open till last race, don't they?
We could have a crack. Is that a whip gag?
Yeah, it wasn't on purpose, but you're welcome.
Hey, I tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to straighten this up because the colour's great, but it's late, and I'm ready to just head elsewhere. So let's head to race 10. We're 3 minutes away. The lure's whipping around. We're going to work our way through the runners. We'll start with Peloponnese, I reckon, for Ange de la Bosca. 350 open into 240 and deserved favourite in my opinion.
Yeah, been in the money in 12 or 17 runs track and trip. Look, she can be a bit touchy at box rise, but she has got a good turn of speed. I'm not sure box 1 will suit her here. She's only a 24-kilo bitch. She's got a good record from the inside alley, but box 1 at Wentworth Park is a whole different kettle of fish in my view, because you have got speed coming down from the outside, and she might want to just shift a little after the first 20 or 30 metres. But I can see why she's favourite, and the punters are gravitating toward her way.
The 2 is Zipping Cluedo for Francis Goodwin, and according to the market, is the main danger to the favourite.
Yeah, and I thought that as well, to be fair. I've got him in for second. He won his heat at Nara last Thursday in 29.66 off box 2. The prior starting Mr. Way here at Wentworth Park, he has gone 29.69 here back at the end of July. He's not always a reliable beginner, which is why I think he's a bit of a risk, but I think he's also a winning chance here.
There's the dog selections, 1, 2, 3 and 5, almost in race book order. Let's talk about the 3. Skedaddle Louise for Mark Suddle, busted the clock at the Pine Bowl last start.
Geez, if she could only bring a Nara form to Wentworth Park, she'd be clearly the one to beat for mine. She's a little lid-pinger, good speed, and that's what she does each and every week pretty much around Nara, and she knocks up winning races there, but she comes to Wentworth Park and she just doesn't produce. She's had 6 runs here for 1 minor. Look, if she can find that Nara form, she can win the race, but I'm going to risk her.
He's got some good dogs at the moment, Mark Suddle and the Skedaddle crew. Keep an eye on them. The 4 is Black Tiara for Bruce Peck. Tell us a bit more about this greyhound.
She shares my birthday. She's just a few years younger than me. Look, I thought she was a pretty good chance here despite box 4. She didn't set the world on fire in a couple of races here at Wentworth Park last month, but she's, for such a small dog, she's about 25.5 kg. She's very strong. She's very tenacious. My main concern is that she's got the big 34.5 kg Cumbria George drawn to her outside.
Yeah, Battler, tell us a bit more about this brother to Cumbria Jack.
Yeah, I think he's got a tremendous chance here. I don't think he's all that badly boxed in the 5. He'll run a straight line. He has got pretty good traits. He gets away from the boxes normally in a quick on a quick note, and he's got that turn of speed. And just 2 runs ago, he finished down the track behind my boy Bingo, and then he went to Nara and won in good time. Great chance.
Yeah, good form reference. The 6, almost stunning, big price, 20 out to 51 for Shawnee Evans.
Yeah, it was a Nara heat winner at Nara, just beat home for Wrens and caused a big upset, and I think she's pretty hard to have tonight, to be fair.
Fair enough, short and sweet. Ashby Flash, another man wearing runner. If he jumps well, could he trouble the inside brigade, Battler?
100%. I think he's beautifully drawn wide out where he does want to be. Handy record around here. This isn't an overly strong race. 11-time winner, each way chance.
For ends, for Glennie Quirk, last win was at Canamble last October. I actually saw a post on socials today. Glennie Quirk, an engagement ring?
Yes, an engagement. I did see this, so congratulations to Glenn and his partner, Gillian Lettuce. They also recently had a baby as well, so congratulations to them. He actually used to train in New Zealand. I had a dog with Glenn about 13 years ago who made a semi-final of a Group 2 race in Wanganui, so I've got a soft spot for Glenn Quirk, and hopefully Friends goes a good race for him tonight.
That's Glenn Quirk to you over there.
We need
good gears coming out now.
We need some subtitles now.
Liz's Lock, Battler's. What are we even calling it? Is it a banker?
What are you talking about?
Let's go. Give us a last winner for the night.
I've gone with Peloponnese on top. I actually watched about 3 different variations of how to pronounce this on YouTube, and I thought that she was the one to beat. He made the National Futurity final here at the start of the year.
I'm in the corner of Cumbria George. I don't think he's all that badly boxed in the 5. He's got a good turn of speed, and I think he's a great value chance.
Market mover.
The market mover is Peloponnese, $2.50 in from $3.50.
Okay, there you go. Ange Delabosca's going to have the favourite here. Race 10, the Nara 20 final. It's over 520 metres. Russ Veach with a great call in the big one. Over to him.
He's getting set for the Nara to Wentworth Park final. Favourite drawn in box 1, Peloponnese. 2.5. Dominic Youngstar heads over for the 10th time on grand final night. Green light is on. Lure rolls to the boxes. They're set. Ready. And racing to begin much better tonight, Peloponnese. She's going to lead to the first corner from Zipping Cluedo, who's eyeballing it now. Third is Skedaddle Louise, followed by Cumbria George. On its back is Black Tiara. Then came Almost Stunning, getting a long way back, Ashby Flash and Ferenz. They scorched down the back, and Peloponnese is out by 2 in front of Zipping Cluedo, who won't go away. 3 lengths to Skedaddle Louise and 3 to Cumbria George. Coming off the back, though, and Peloponnese's in front. A length and a half clear. Zipping Cluedo getting up on the inside late. Zipping Cluedo going home better. Got there. Zipping Cluedo, big Peloponnese. Third in the race, Skedaddle Louise, followed by Cumbria George and Ashby Flash attacking the line. Then came Black Tiara, followed by Almost Stunning and Ferenz, and the time 29.91.
Zipping Cluedo for Francis Goodwin gets up right in the shadows of the post. Peloponnese looked the winner everywhere until that last 10 metres, and clear margin in the end, half a length. The winner, Zipping Cluedo, and landed some good bets as well, J-Bone. Final price for the 2?
$5, Simon. So, yeah, in from $5.50 just a couple of minutes from jump as well. So, a good push.
There you go. 2, 1, 3 and 5. The time, pretty good as well. 29.91. Peloponnese had every chance. Jumped well, led. No excuses.
Yeah, no excuses at all for the favourite. She had every chance. He just parked on a hammer down the back, kept on stalking, took the rails run and just nailed her in the latter stages. He's actually built a really, really good record around here. He's had the 10 runs for 3 victories and 3 minors, and his overall record's pretty good as well. 20 starts, 6 wins and 5 minors. So he's been going under the radar a little, and that's a tidy performance tonight.
Yeah, he's done a really good job here running down Peloponnese there on the line. As you say, Tom, he's got a pretty good record here at Wentworth Park in the past. He's gone some pretty quick times, and Simon, I'm actually quite impressed with the time they've run here in the 10th.
Yeah, it's a good time indeed. Warren Goodwin's the husband of Francis, and Mick Cowley's with him.
Can't think of his name. As we get older, we forget a lot. Yes.
Thank you, Simon. Warren, congratulations. That was a pretty impressive win. The last few metres just got there.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, he's a pretty strong dog. I kept him fresh for this race. So, well, Francis did. I'm handling the dog for Francis. So, yeah, so Francis said to keep him fresh and to put him in properly. So I did.
You've got to follow instructions.
Yes, that's correct. That's right.
As you said, very strong dog. When it was in second place, you must have been reasonably confident?
No, not really, because the dog in front's strong too. So, you know, I was just fingers crossed.
Did you think you got there on the line?
Sorry?
Did you think you got there right on the line?
No, I wasn't sure. I was trying to look up there and look down here at the same time, so, yeah.
Mate, is it good to win a race on a night like this?
It is. It's a really great night. Great atmosphere. It's a beautiful night tonight. And Ken, you know, won the race, and I was happy for him, you know, so, yeah, so he's a friend of mine, Ken, so, yeah, so it was good to see him win too.
Well, you've won one as well. You're a winner like Kenny. Congratulations, mate, and all the best to Francis.
Thanks very much, Mick, and thanks to Gray and New South Wales.
Warren Goodwin there with Mick Cowley. It's nice to get a thanks. I don't hear thanks to Graham Racing New South Wales too often, but look at that. He's doing a little jig after a winner here on the big night. Zipping Cluedo, and in comes my karaoke song. It's been a big night here. Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase, edition number 8. And we've had a big night. Zipping Cluedo, the final winner there, race number 10. There's still a couple to go, but I think we're going to tap out pretty soon. We hope you've had a good time here tonight at Wentworth Park. Massive crowd on hand to witness Power and Glory put his name in the history books. What a performance. A track record time for Kenny Burnett and the team. Let's have another look at it. Battler, your thoughts?
Well, there's probably not much more than we can say, Simon. He was just totally dominant. The race was run to suit him. He had that fresh air in the first 40 or 50 metres to hover out in box 5 and 6 wide on the track where he wanted to be. The big engine kicked in. He strode to the top through the catching pen, and it was game, set and match. 29.15 race record, outstanding performance. He is one of the quickest greyhounds in the country, and I can't wait to see him go down to Victoria and have a crack at those big races down there.
Yeah, well said. Liz, I said to you before the race, if he wins tonight, is he the best dog in the country? Have you got a thought now?
Look, I hate sitting on the fence, but I think I'm still going to reserve my judgment until we witness some of those really big Group 1 races taking place in Victoria over the next couple of months.
Fair enough. You stay there happily on the fence. J-Bone, what do you reckon?
I reckon he's the best dog in the country, Simon.
Okay.
Boy, it was a great watch.
Yeah, we love that. Clip that up. Hey, let's talk a little bit about November, because it's a big month for us, and it's red and blue all November through. Our marketing team have just been working overdrive to get that sort of stuff off the ground, but it's a really good cause. The Mark Hughes Foundation, we partnered up with them, and Mark's come to a couple of events, hasn't he, Battler? He's spent time with our industry participants, and next month we're going to be cheering on the 1 and the 4 and giving money to the Mark Hughes Foundation every time they get up.
$161 donated to the MHF whenever one of those greyhounds does win every race in New South Wales. So I think there's about 105 or 106 race meetings during November. You did say, yeah, Mark's been great. He'll be coming to a function and a race meeting at the Gardens on November 29. and we're going to have a little bit of a fundraising race meeting on that particular night and function. So we've already raised around $40,000 to $50,000 for the Mark Hughes Foundation through various initiatives throughout the year, and a couple of the clubs have done really well raising money. So when this initiative kicks off next month, I'd say the industry's donation come the end of November will be in excess of $100,000.
Love that, absolutely love it, for a wonderful cause. The Hunter's going to be rocking when Mark Hughes gets out to the gardens, just like these girls who have just been busy, just pumping away with the line dancing. Here we go. Hey, it's been a massive night. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage across the dogs.com.au, wherever you've watched it. Power and Glory, the star of the show. But for everyone that's had a dog running and won, it's been a night to remember. Hey, thanks to you guys. Have you had fun?
We've had a lot of fun. Very cold, but we've had a lot of fun.
Are you done with having fun now, that long?
Yeah. That bar in there is calling us.
Different type of fun shortly.
Yeah, different fun is about to come up. Great job, Jared, for Ladbrokes. We appreciate you. We appreciate everything Ladbrokes does, proudly partnering with Greyhound Racing in this great state of New South Wales. Liz, you joined us for last week's coverage and again tonight. Look at this book. You can't see it. This is full of notes.
Why weren't there more winners?
So much hard work. And the bat, well, we love the bat. And he's just making a comeback, sliding back into the bat. The bat is back, baby. It's not just us, though. We do a lot of mucking around, but Mick Cowley's been trackside doing all the hard yakka throughout the night. Everyone behind the cameras, in the truck, behind the socials. Kat, our social media Wiz, has been doing so much over the last month, and I know that you will appreciate getting a call out tonight. Brad Adam, how would you assess him, our producer?
Move on.
Enough said. Hey, until next time, we hope you enjoyed everything that Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase Night had to offer. Hooroo!